Nota both C says, great. I walk away and a few seconds later hear my rare tracker add-in, the 3 Alliance elites. Nota both C says, he surely hears them coming, right? He did not. Nota both C says, feel kinda bad but I don't think I could have done much to help. Just watched a dude die.
Autopilot jumping.
Oh, yes, weapon vendor.
Totem Teddy says, I was trying to get the named one to spawn. I killed those some % and asterisk. Ed for an hour I turn a root and it had spawned and the first person ID seen out there it always killing it.
Stargate. Warp drive active.
Hundred 68,000 viewers. Not bad, not bad.
Nota both C says, oh is that Oaingsa? I've never seen it before.
I came to talk to a bluff washer to ask them where the weapons trainer is.
What are you looking for? None are as skilled in the use of weapons as Ansequa. It is said that he is guided by the spirits of the finest warriors of our honored ancestors. Seek him out on the lower rise and he will teach you what you want to know. I would be honored to train you in the use of the weapons that I have mastered, if you have the ability to learn within you.
Warping to station. Warp drive active. Autopilot disabled.
Oops.
Autopilot engaged.
Okay, so I don't have any ranged weapons. Let's go look at ranged weapons now. I've got guns and stuff. I wonder where I don't know if I have bows or not. I have crossbows. And maybe bows, but this gun is level 14. That seems pretty good. I need general goods, which is like weapons merchants, general goods. Heavy shot.
You receive item. Heavy SHOTX200.
SHOT?
You receive item. Heavy SHOTX200.
Oh, SHOT. Alright, we got some guns. Time to go sell. And then off to...
Docking permission requested.
the barons.
Docking request accepted. Docking permission
Auction created.
requested.
Auction created. Auction created.
Autopilot disabled.
Auction
Waypoint
created.
reached.
I'll just vendor.
Auction created. Auction created. Auction created. You create heavy linen bandage. You create heavy linen bandage.
Now, it's unlikely
create
they saw
light
whatever
letter.
evidence there may be, but they did seemingly
create
speak to
light letter.
somebody credible, they believe, regarding these
You create
allegations and
light
decided to
letter.
drop it. Now, I also want to talk about this idea that because the victim didn't come forward, doesn't want to talk about it, that, like, people shouldn't care. If the victim was a minor when this happened, obviously they don't want their name to be plastered all over the internet till the end of time as, like, the guy that Doc tried to groom, allegedly, right? They don't want that to be their identity forever.
Nope.
So I would say the victim not caring, I don't think is really important, especially if the victim's underage. If a woman gets, okay, if a child gets groomed and they say, oh, well, I don't, you know, it's fine, I forgive them. Like, would you say that because the victim doesn't care, that doesn't matter? No, obviously not. Children and victims typically have a hard time recognizing that something bad happened to them. They have a hard time accepting it. And children can't even grasp the consequences of actions, right? They cannot grasp the consequences of an inappropriate interaction with an adult. They don't realize it. So this argument is retarded. Anyway, regardless of that, the magnitude of this controversy cannot be overstated because not only was one of the most prominent live streamers on the internet being labeled a sexual predator, not only was he losing sponsorships and brand deals, but he was removed from his personal project that he helped
Autopilot
create. And
engaged.
that, paired with the added context of this that paired with the context of this potentially explaining one of the biggest mysteries on the entire internet,
Walking
catapulted
to
the scandal
Stargate.
far past
Warp drive
the previous
active.
typical sexual misconduct allegation. And Doc was pushed against a wall here, right? Was there technically any evidence directly of what Doc did? No, there was not. And so at this time, I would still frame it as an allegation, right? Up until this point, I would frame this entirely as an allegation. We don't know what's going on. There's accusations being made. Companies are dropping their sponsorships. We don't know really why. In retrospect, a lot of this stuff looks a lot worse, given what Doc ended up saying.
Auction
But
created.
yeah. Hi, Jonathan. Have a great day. Thank you. At this point, it was still an allegation, and everybody who had a big platform who was watching the shit go down was still reporting it as such, including me. I was like,
Your
I
news
don't know
says
what the fuck
report
happened.
on TV.
Approaching
Maybe he's guilty,
Stargate.
maybe he's not. You know, it doesn't look good, but he could still be innocent, right? This wouldn't be the first time that somebody has been dropped from brand deals despite their innocence. But I did find the circumstances really weird. Now, Doc, pushed against a wall, would end up releasing a statement, and he would write the following. Hello, I'd like to make a quick statement. Let's cut the fucking bullshit, as you know there's no filter with me. I've always been upfront and real with you guys on anything I can be upfront about, and I'm always willing to accept responsibility, which is why I'm here now. Okay, he says he's here to accept responsibility. First and foremost, I do want to apologize to everyone in my community, as well as those close to me, my team, and everyone at Midnight Society Game Studio. He's apologizing to them for whatever controversy he managed to get them into.
heavy linen
Right?
bandage.
Whatever shit he got them into, he's apologizing. A lot of people
heavy
have
linen
been left
bandage.
in the dark about what happened yesterday with Midnight Society and
create
I, and we
heavy
made the
linen bandage.
painful decision collectively to have me step down. Our team
create
is full
heavy
of
linen
incredibly
bandage.
talented and good people that have high career ambitions and
You create
families, and I
heavy
never
linen
want to
bandage.
jeopardize the culture we've carefully crafted. So
You
weirdly,
create
he
heavy
said
linen
it's a
bandage.
mutual decision. We've made the painful decision to have me
Autopilot
step down.
linen
Midnight
bandage.
Society says they terminated it. I don't really know
You
what's going
create
on here,
heavy linen
but
bandage.
yeah, there's a big discrepancy
create
there,
heavy
right?
linen
You can
bandage.
choose who you want to believe with that. Everyone is wanting to know why I was banned from Twitch, but for reasons outside of my control, I was not allowed to say anything for the last several
Stargate.
years. Now that two former Twitch
Warp
employees
drive
have publicly
active.
disclosed the accusations, I can tell you my side of the story. And here's where we get into the meat of it, all right? Were there Twitch whisper messages with an individual minor in 2017? The answer is yes. That's pretty bad, chat. That's pretty bad. But he does say there were messages with an individual minor. He doesn't explain here in this line what those messages were. Here he says, were there real intentions behind those messages? The answer is absolutely not. Now, to me, using the word real intentions is really weird. okay? Because that would imply that there was some fictional or virtual intention going on that he decided not to pursue ultimately, or he never would have pursued in real life, right? This would this would indicate there's some kind of intention going on, at least in his mind at the time. He said the answer is absolutely not. He says there's no real intention behind the messages. Here he says these were casual, mutual conversations that sometimes lean too much in the direction of being inappropriate, but nothing more. And now he's very vague, he's very non-specific about this. It's, you know, very strange, but this line, this part, this paragraph, this portion in and of itself was enough for most people to say fuck off, right?
Stargate.
And I'll also add here that I don't think the intention particularly matters, right? There can be cases where you can make exceptions for people based on if they're really close in age, you know, stuff like that. But in this case, you know, as far as the intention, I don't think that matters as much as the result, right? Every pedophile ever has said there's no real intentions. If you watch any episode of, you know, Dateline NBC, To Catch a Predator, right? The guys who go there always say, well, I didn't have any real intentions. I just wanted to come here. I was just, you know, shit talking online, right? I was just saying shit. You know, it was all fantasy. But, like, that is fucking retarded. If you message a minor inappropriately, the result to the minor is the same of whether you plan to do it or not, right? You're still having inappropriate interactions with a minor. And so what was once considered to be a baseless allegation from a desperate clout chaser was now confirmed by the man himself, at least partially. Doc did indeed have a sexual discussion with a minor like Cody had alleged. Now, what Cody had alleged was that there was sexting. Doc did not say there was sexting, okay? Doc did not say there was sexting. He did say there were inappropriate interactions. Here he says the doc himself didn't feel obligated, or sorry, here I said, my bad. The doc himself didn't feel obligated to explain the finer details. In fact, quite the opposite. He chose to define the conversations as leaning in the direction of being inappropriate. He also defined it as mutual casual conversations, which obviously mutual conversation with a minor, whether the minor is cool with it or not, doesn't really matter, right? They're still a minor, it's inappropriate. And so as a result, many were confused by his wording here. Some might assume this means they sexted, while others could interpret this as simply discussing topics that are inappropriate to have with someone under the age of consent. Both of these, while wrong, are vastly different in terms of moral culpability and potential for harm. If these conversations were truly well-intentioned and only became inappropriate with an occasional joke, one would think that Doc would simply explain that. He would be more specific, right? Because at this point, as he acknowledges here, you know, previously he says, oh, well, I wasn't able to talk about this because of the settlement, but now I can talk about it, right? Now I can talk about it. So the question is, why wouldn't he be more specific? Why wouldn't he say exactly what happened? If he's not going to release the chat logs, why won't he at least be more specific about what was in those logs and what was said, right? At least a few choice quotes. He didn't give that for some reason. If the conversations were much more sexually charged, then Doc's framing here would be completely disingenuous. But we still haven't seen the DMs. Now, he would continue on saying nothing illegal happened, no pictures were shared, no crimes were committed. I never even met the individual. So here he is willing to be specific. He's willing to say, I didn't do anything illegal, I didn't share pictures, I didn't commit a crime, I never met the individual, okay? You can choose to believe that if you want. I think that is possibly very likely. But for some reason, he's unwilling to be specific past this point. All he's willing to say is, I didn't do anything illegal, right? Which obviously legality is not the bar, typically, for morality, you know? I don't particularly care if somebody is found legally liable or not, when in regards to judging their character. Now, obviously, if he did something illegal, that should be prosecuted. If he didn't, that shouldn't be prosecuted. But regardless of that, if you're having inappropriate interactions with a minor, whether or not you did something illegal, you should still be held accountable, right? Technically, it's not illegal for Doc to say, hypothetically, hey, I know you're fucking 15 or whatever the fuck age you are, I want to bury my dick in you. Technically, that's not illegal. And technically, it wouldn't be illegal for him to have sex with someone who was 16 or 17, depending on the state he's in, as long as they don't cross state lines. But regardless of that, obviously, there's a moral implication here that is very bad. What's the topic I arrived? The topic is your mother. Messages with a minor that lean inappropriate, who cares about bro's intentions? The thing is, speculating on his intentions doesn't even matter.
Your inventory
What
is
matters
full.
what was in those messages and what he actually said. And the fact that he's willing to own up to this much here, but still be unspecific past the point of saying, I didn't do anything illegal, is a red flag. It's a very bad thing. And this was all the confirmation that people needed, including me, to say that he's a bad person. He says, I never even met the individual. I went through a lengthy arbitration regarding a civil dispute with Twitch, and that case was resolved by a settlement. Now, him saying here, I never met the individual, is interesting, because Cody Connor said that he tried or planned to meet up with an individual, and Doc doesn't dispel that. He just says, I never did meet them in real life, which is very weird. The only minor I did was on the piano, Penguin Zero based. Let me be clear, it was not a criminal case against me, and no criminal charges have ever been brought against me. And as far as we know, that is true. No criminal charges were brought. He was not charged in a court. But once again, I don't think that exonerates him. No criminal charges have ever been filed against Chris Tyson. No criminal charges have been filed against a lot of YouTube groomers / pedos. And in my opinion, that doesn't particularly matter. Do I wish they were charged? Yeah. If they weren't, can I change the law? No, but I still condemn them. Every argument defending Doc depends on the best interpretation of the messages. Doc knows that, and the fact he won't show them is troubling. Yes, of course it is. Many who read this statement, like myself, found Doc's wording to be odd. Cody Connors claimed that Doc was trying to meet up with the anonymous minor, a claim that Doc doesn't
Approaching
even inherently
Stargate.
refute here. He just says that they didn't meet, which doesn't dismiss the possibility of him at least attempting to meet up with them or discussing the prospect of it. Doc also emphasizes that what he did was not illegal and there were no criminal charges against him. And this also doesn't dismiss the possibility of these conversations being sexually graphic. When presented with an allegation against himself, okay, of the highest magnitude, Doc, instead of being specific, chose to be extremely vague, in a very weird, like, PR type statement. On one hand, he's like, I'll tell the truth, I don't give any bullshit, right? But he still won't be specific, and as a result, this doesn't dismiss the possibility of these conversations being sexually graphic, even if nothing illegal happened. Now, Doc lives in California, where the age of consent is 18. That being said, age of consent laws in regard to sexual online communications tend to be a bit more ambiguous and hard to define, as there are no direct laws against engaging sexually with someone under the age of 18, as far as like flirting with them or whatever, right? Or having some kind of sexually charged conversation. Regardless of that, regardless of the law, just because there were no criminal charges does not exonerate Doc of the allegation, and doesn't clear him of any moral wrongdoing. It only clears him legally. And I don't think that's the only standard people should care about. Obviously, legality is not always, just because someone's charged.
No, I'm gonna buy it.
If somebody openly says, I'm a pedophile, I'm attracted to kids, you wouldn't say, oh, well, he wasn't legally charged, so it doesn't matter, right? If that person's attracted to kids, they're attracted to kids. If you want my speculation on why he made this statement, it's my opinion that he saw that leaks were happening. He saw that, there was a possibility of more information coming out. He decided to get ahead of it without being specific because he didn't know what was going to come out or when. That's my opinion of why he made this statement, okay? Now, here he says, from a moral standpoint, I'll take responsibility. I never should have entertained these conversations to begin with. That's on me. That's on me as an adult, okay? That's on me as an adult, which clearly implies that he should have had these conversations with someone that was that young, showing that it was morally wrong. He says a husband and a father, okay? Morally wrong on top of that because he's a dad with kids and you shouldn't be engaging with anybody of that age. And as a husband, because there was seemingly some kind of weird sexual nature behind these messages, right? Obviously, if you're just making a silly joke and you don't realize the age of the person on the other end and that person then tells you, I don't think you should be held morally accountable as long as you stop at that point, right? Could you say it's irresponsible? Yes, but Doc doesn't even just own up to irresponsibility here, right? He owns up to having conversations that he never should have entertained. Okay, that's a very specific word to use. So he seemingly knew that he was doing something wrong in the first place. Here he says it never should have happened. I get it. I'm not perfect and I'll own my shit. This was stupid. Doc would then defend his character and by dismissing the claims he was a pedophile. He said, with all that said, don't get it mistaken. I've seen all the remarks and labels being thrown around so loosely. Social media is a destruction zone. I'm no predator or pedophile. Are you kidding me? Anyone that truly knows me knows where I stand in those types of things and those types of people. So he's like, come on, you guys know me. My friends know me. I'm a good guy, right? I'm a good guy. Fuck that. There's a different level of disgust that I hate even hearing about. Don't be labeling me as the worst of the worst with your exaggerations. Get out of here with that shit, okay? So if we're to take Doc on his word here, he says no crimes were committed despite engaging sexually in an inappropriate manner with a minor. And on that line of thinking, he could be correct. Assuming the age of the minor was 16 or 17, even if he did have sex with them, depending on where he was, he's not necessarily a pedophile based on the legal definition. He's not necessarily attracted to prepubescent children, okay? That being said, the colloquial understanding of a pedophile or a groomer is anyone who is attracted to or engaging with someone who's under the age of 18. At this point, we're kind of splitting hairs, but regardless of that, I still think whatever word you want to use, I think this is morally condemnable from Doc, right? This is not someone who's 18, 19, 20, 21 years old even, right? Engaging with someone who's like 17, right? Which, in and of itself, I don't think is a good thing to do. But this is someone who's in his mid-30s,
Scribe has come online.
who was admitted to doing this at the time, right? He would have been 38 years old at the time 36 years old at the time these interactions took place, at the very most charitable interpretation based on the age of the minor and when it happened, right? Now, Doc would apologize to his peers and his community before asserting his intention of pushing through the controversy, okay? He wasn't going to let this get him down. He was going to keep going. Here he said, trust me when I say this, to all haters that live and breathe social media with zero real-life experience, I don't give a fuck about you. I guess that's us. Finally, if you're uncomfortable with the entire statement and think I'm a piece of shit, that's fine. He said, that's fine if you think he's a piece of shit. But I'm not going anywhere. I'm not the same guy that made that mistake all those years ago. I'm taking an extended vacation with my family, as mentioned on stream, and I'm coming back with a heavy weight off my shoulders. They want me to disappear. Yeah, right. Now, Doc being comfortable with the fact people would consider him a piece of shit is really interesting, because he is acknowledging here that he did something wrong. And it seems that every statement made in regard to the situation ultimately left more questions than answers. Oliver Coverage, thank you. For starters, we know Doc indeed had inappropriate discussions with a minor, but to what extent is currently unknown. What is known is that whatever happened in these private DMs was enough for Twitch, Discord, and even Doc's own gaming studio to decide it was worthy of cutting ties with him. It's also clear these circumstances of the last few weeks invalidated whatever NDA was, in place to keep Doc from speaking on the subject. So he could be more specific if he wanted, right? If the NDA is violated, he can publicly say what the fuck he did. He can say exactly what he did. He can say exactly what he said. And just tell us. He can tell us exactly what he said.
You
right?
want an auction for
There's no
prospectus cuffs.
problem with that. So it was very confusing as to why he wouldn't directly dismiss the claims or elaborate on key details. The most he was willing to say was that I didn't do anything illegal. But he would say it was morally wrong and he never should have entertained those conversations. Assuming that what he says here is 100% truthful, additional context and more details would only benefit his case if he didn't do anything that bad. Yet he chose to be as ambiguous as possible. Rather than dismissing his alleged plans of meeting up with a minor, he just says, oh, it never happened. Rather than explaining his true intentions, he ambiguously states there were no real intentions at all. And rather than elaborating on the nature of the discussions, he described them as leaning in the direction being appropriate without getting into specifics for some reason. Right? Why would Doc choose to say so little with so much on the line? His career, his reputation, his standing in the community. Many assume this is because the reality of the situation coming to light would have far worse consequences than his attempts to obfuscate the facts of the matter and not go into detail. And Doc would even go as far as to remove the phrase individual minor from the tweet and replace it with just the word individual, which is a decision that he would ultimately undo once he received backlash. So as a result, people began condemning him. Penguin Zero, Charlie, made a statement on the situation in his video where he was, in my opinion, pretty clear with the public consensus, and I think he gave a pretty good take. To his credit, I'm not saying that everything Charlie's ever said is right, okay? I don't like some of the takes he's had, but this was a good take.
There are some questions we may never know the answer to.
This is the one, actually.
Wow, what a crazy day this has been. So I'm sure pretty much all of you that clicked on this video already know about what's happened with the Dr. Disrespect situation. To catch you up to speed with the briefest previously on Dragon Ball Z recap, Dr. Disrespect was the face of Twitch. In 2020, he was mysteriously banned from the platform and not a peep had ever been uttered about why. This was a secret more guarded than the Krabby Patty formula. I really thought we'd never know the reason that Dr. Disrespect was banned. I thought that'd be taken to the grave. I thought we'd crack faster than light travel before we ever learned what the reason behind it was. But then from out of nowhere on just an average quiet Friday night, a former Twitch employee dropped a bombshell allegation claiming that Dr. Disrespect was banned due to sexting a minor through the Twitch Whispers service. Now, there was never any screenshots or evidence provided to support that claim. However, some other parties came forward saying that they had all heard a similar reason behind the ban.
But regardless of that, there was zero proof until Doc responded. And here is Charlie's reaction to his response.
The Twitch ban. Hello, I'd like to make a statement. Let's cut the bullshit. As you know, there's no filter with me. I've always been upfront and real with you guys on anything that I can be upfront about, and I'm always willing to accept responsibility, which is why I'm here now. First and foremost, I do want to apologize to everyone in my community, as well as those close to me, my team, and everyone at Midnight Society Game Studio. For those that don't know, I forgot to mention this in my lore exposition on this. His company that he founded, Midnight Society Game Studio, which had been working on a game with him for a long time, announced yesterday that they were going to be terminating him after they conducted an investigation, and after they assumed his innocence, found something through their investigation that made them uncomfortable keeping him around, so they left.
Which is all true, and we'll skip a little bit to get to his final response to this big statement that he made, okay?
Want me to disappear? Yeah, fucking right. Granny shifting, not double clutching like you should? You're lucky you didn't blow the welds off the intake. I'm not leaving. It's really kind of ridiculous to put that there with accusations like this. These are super serious. Like, this isn't something people take lightly at all. In his own statement, he has openly admitted to messaging a minor and had conversations that were inappropriate, or as he said, leaned into being inappropriate. Now, what's not clear and what a lot of people are coping with is that maybe Dr. Disrespect didn't know the age of the person he was communicating with.
But of course, if he didn't know the age, why wouldn't he just say that?
But I truly feel if that was the case, Dr. Disrespect would have mentioned that, saying...
Like, there were so many good defenses Doc could have had for this if he was more innocent, and instead he kept it super vague.
Oh, I don't know you could do that.
He had those communications with this person that he believed was of age but turned out to be a minor. I think if that was the reality of that situation, if he truly communicated with someone that he thought was of age but turned out to be a minor, I think he would have mentioned that in his statement, but he...
Obviously. And so as a result, a lot of people shit on Doc. And I think he deserved to be shit on undoubtedly. And also as a result, a lot of people decided to cut ties with him justifiably so, because he is a 42 now, at the time 35, 36, 37-year-old man, had admitted to having inappropriate interactions with someone that was way too young for him to be having those interactions with. And Nick Merckx, as somebody who had decided to wait and see what happened, posted another shirtless video where he said fuck Doc.
Yo, checking in. I'm seeing everything on Twitter, and I read through Doc's tweet, and in that very tweet, he basically confirms that he was texting an underage girl, and it went weird sometimes, and look, just to be blunt and straightforward, man, that's inexcusable. It's unacceptable, right? There's no excuse for something like that, and I can't support it. Hang on, honey. Doing this, talking to Twitter.
Talking to Twitter, honey.
Talking to Twitter, honey.
And look, the boys and I are torn up over it too, man, because we played a lot of games with the guy, and it feels a little weird. But
hold on, honey. Twitter.
What can you do? So I just wanted to update you guys on my thoughts and how I'm feeling.
Twitter
and, look, I hope you guys have a good day, all right?
And to me, the idea that Nick Merckx is somebody who constantly is willing to shit on whatever group he doesn't like, be very brand unfriendly, someone who's willing to call people shit like that publicly, right? The idea that this guy would drop Doc because of a brand risk, to me, is insane. I think he genuinely thought that Doc did something wrong. Okay, I think he did. And as a result, he decided to say, fuck this guy, I'm not talking to him anymore. I'm not doing strange with him anymore. This guy is morally bankrupt, right? And Tim the Tatman would also respond.
Wow, this is absolutely insane, bro. Everything I'm seeing. I have known Doc for a while now. We've played games for years, and seeing everything that is spiraling right now.
Spiraling right now.
This is just like a genre guy. This is like a genre. Maybe I'll be this way when I'm 30 plus years old. Maybe this will just be my thing. I don't know.
Is a very difficult thing for me personally, and I'm sure for a lot of y'all out there. I think for me, I know a lot of you are asking, Tim, what are you feeling? Tim, what are you feeling? My bottom line, I think, is if what he is saying, where he said that he was messaging a minor and it would sometimes lead to teeter on inappropriate, if he knew that was a minor and those were the messages being sent, I cannot support that. I can't. I appreciate y'all. This beat me up, but this is unfortunate to see. This is awful.
So yeah, all these people waited until the last moment. They waited until they had a response from Doc, and Doc ultimately admitted, seemingly, to the allegations at least being partially true, and they decided to say, fuck you, right? I don't want to be around you anymore. This sucks, man. But we'll get into Slasher in a bit. Doc wasn't done. He was not done with his posting about this, okay? He was not done. Now, we do have this article by Rolling Stone I want to get into. Hold on, is there an archive of this? I'm not paying for this right now. You're archiving, or sorry, you're paywalling a fucking article about serious allegations, so people can't even fucking read it and report on it, you fucking weirdos. I hate journalists. Let me pull this up on the Wayback Machine. Let me get it running, okay? Real? True, it is real. All right, article from Rolling Stone. Dr. Disrespect knowingly sent explicit messages to a minor, former Twitch employee says. 4 years after gamer, celebrity, and streaming star Dr. Disrespect, 42. You're fucking paywalling it on the fucking archive?
Approaching Stargate.
Okay, good thing I have this in a different script pulled up, so I have the quotes that I want to pull. Fuck this fucking stupid-ass publication. Alright, I do have the quotes here. Alright, so here's what Rolling Stone had to say. A former Twitch trust and safety employee who worked for the platform at the time Beam was banned and has direct knowledge of the matter, confirmed to Rolling Stone that Beam continued to send sexually graphic messages to a minor he knew to be underage. This former employee, who requested anonymity to avoid jeopardizing their career, also said the crucial elements of Beam's latest defense tweets are inaccurate. I recall that Dr. Disrespect was made aware by the individual they were underage during the conversation, after which he indicated this was no problem and continued on. The former employee says, there was no confusion. Messages sent after this was acknowledged were no less graphic and in sexually explicit nature than before, and I think more than the categorization of leaning too much in the direction of being inappropriate might indicate. Now that's very interesting. That's very interesting. It's a very interesting quote, because Doc refuses to be specific about what was in these DMs. He absolutely refuses to be specific, right? Despite that, we have multiple Twitch employees saying that there was graphic conversations. There is discrepancies, obviously, because on one hand, Cody Connor says there was sexting and there was a meetup planned at TwitchCon. This guy doesn't quite say that. Instead, he says Doc definitely knew the age of the person. He had sexually graphic messages with them. Okay, and he continued after they confirmed their age. Okay, that's what he says. Now Doc would take a break from the internet again, as he tends to do in these situations, but he would ultimately start tweeting, teasing his comeback. Okay, now we have this tweet from Willie Mac Show, which shows new Dr. Disrespect banner of a bobber with a piece of paper attached as the bait, referring to the Twitch contract or the DM's new info might be revealed.
Has gone offline.
Now, if you look closely, this is his account and this is the banner. I believe Willie's wrong. This looks like his statement on Twitter that he made regarding this, but he's sending it into the water. Okay, he planned to come back, it seems, and he started really going off on Twitter. Used 12 foot for getting around paywalls. Gotcha. If you do the Asian eye trick, you can see better. I don't think I can. But Doc starts tweeting, okay? Here, he posts the "I'm playing chess, you're all playing checkers" tweet, implying that he's manipulating the world, okay? He's a genius. Here he says, "Vacation's just too good right now. We'll be back soon, though, champs. We have lots to talk about. Ya, 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 ya." Are people still streaming video games? What a snooze fest, he says. And here, on September 5th, he teased his comeback with this video.
Stargate.
Going to an island. As you can imagine, there were a lot of Epstein Island jokes here, Little St. James jokes. Here he is once again, high energy, high production value. He comes back to his arena here, okay? And this is a teaser for him returning to stream, and he would ultimately return to stream. Now here he did put this statement saying, "Where's he coming from? Epstein Island? It's not a PDF. It's a PDF, not a doc. He blocked me. Let me take a screenshot and post." So he's just mocking people here who responded to him. And he would ultimately respond on stream to the allegations. It's 21 minutes long. Dr. Disrespect, full video response. Here we have a re-upload here. And we're going to take a look at this.
That's how that game's played.
Dr. Disrespect has just finished up his stream over an hour ago after his long hiatus. This video highlights the point where enough is said in his live chat that he decides to address the allegations himself.
Yeah, just keep ignoring the issue and putting up this act. God, I'm so concerned and worried about everyone else.
He's very comfortable mocking people who talk about it, okay? He's very confident on
Else's problems, except mine, because I'm dealing with a deeper depression, and I like to project.
What?
He's saying people who are criticizing him are dealing with a deeper depression. They like to project onto him.
Discovered the stagnant oasis. 105 experience gained.
Champs.
I do appreciate it. I do appreciate it.
Champs.
In character as Doc, he's responding.
Are you nervous to be back? After what's transpired over the last couple months, am I excited to be back to this type of world?
You feel normal.
You receive loot. Linen cloths too. You loot 21 copper.
Yes, you are.
Alright. Here we go, I guess.
Alright, I do have a version here without this dumbass's commentary. Thanks to the re-uploader, but I have a full rip. Let's take a look at this.
You see, there was a lawsuit pending, and as part of that arbitration, all parties were not allowed to speak publicly about the case. I respected those rules. My lawsuit against Twitch was eventually resolved, as you all know.
So he says he had a lawsuit against Twitch.
But even then, as part of the settlement, all parties were still prohibited from speaking publicly about the case or the settlement. However, if one side violated that confidentiality, then the other side could respond. And again, champs, I respected all the confidential obligations. But apparently Twitch's own disgruntled employees didn't feel the need to abide by those same obligations.
You'll probably notice his very confident attitude in comparison to how he was responding before. Before he was very scared seeing what was going on. He was very nervous, and now he's very confident with this new statement, this new announcement.
Cody Connors.
This is the guy who initially leaked the allegation in his tweet, who accused Doc of sexting.
Ex-Twitch employee, wasn't even involved, leaks Twitch's reported reason. Years later, Cody, why do this?
Autopilot
what was the point?
And I think he probably is right here if I had to speculate that Cody himself never saw the DMs. If Cody had seen them, he probably would have leaked them. But I would probably believe this idea that Cody himself never saw the DMs.
Nizam has invited you to join a
So yeah, I'm willing to believe that part of this response.
This was settled professionally. And you, knowing how black and white the internet is, you decided, you fucking rat, to leak the reported reason Twitch banned me.
He calls him a rat. very weirdly. Calls him a snitch, which typically a rat is reporting something bad that happened, but I just find the phrasing weird. But whatever. I won't hit too hard on that. It's not super substantive.
In 2020. Well, I mean, for what, Cody? Why? Did you not know the repercussions from spewing lies about the 2-time?
Your group has been disbanded.
Did you not know the repercussions of accusing me, Cody Connors? You see, you don't know shit, and it was obvious from your tweet. You didn't have any first-hand knowledge of my dispute with Twitch. You said that I got banned from Twitch because I was sexting a minor through Whisper's messages? Do you even know what the legal definition of sexting is?
Once again, this is a very weird response, right? Rather than saying, I did not have inappropriate interactions with a minor, I did not do anything wrong, he's like, do you even know the legal definition of sexting? Which obviously I think we would say that technically what Chris Tyson did with all those minors was not legally sexting. And that's probably why Chris Tyson has not been held legally accountable. But we would still say that Chris Tyson is a reprehensible person who should be punished by the court of public opinion.
I do. And yeah, I used Twitch's whispers, but trust me, I wasn't sexting anyone. You also said the word...
Here he says I wasn't sexting anyone. But once again, he won't get into the specifics of what he actually said to this minor.
Minor, Cody. I even made sure that word was emphasized in my statement, edited, etc., just to make sure these so-called journalists would pick up on it.
And this is like the most retarded thing he says I want to say during this entire thing, okay? I'm trying to be charitable here, I guess, but fuck it. He says that I included the word minor so that journalists would pick up on it and report on it as like some kind of 4D chess move. If that genuinely is the truth, Dr. Disrespect is so retarded he deserves to be called a pedophile. That's so fucking stupid. Why, when you're being accused of a crime, would you ever make it seem like you are worse than you really are? That makes no sense. Oh, so I can own the journalist and sue them. He's not going to sue anyone. I can tell you with 1000% certainty. I would bet my fucking asshole on it, okay? He's not going to sue anyone, okay? You cannot sue someone for reporting a statement that you yourself made. Doc said I had inappropriate interactions with a minor. Journalist report, Dr. Disrespect says I had inappropriate actions with a minor. You're going to try to sue them for that? You will lose. You will be laughed out of court. That lawsuit will be dismissed. You will lose miserably. And I would bet that he's not going to sue anyone. I bet he's not going to sue literally a single person. Sneeko moment, what's the definition of a child? Lol.
Boy, oh boy, did they ever, champs. When you and all these so-called journalists, Cody, fired off your tweets, did any of you consider that the Twitch user may have been over the legal age of consent at the time of the messages?
Once again, he says over the legal age of consent. Depending on where that is, that could be 16. That could be 17. That could be even lower, depending on what country they're from. We don't know any details about this minor. This person could easily be very, very young. And on top of that, why even talk about age of consent as if it's relevant if you didn't have any inappropriate interactions with a minor, right? If I'm not having inappropriate interactions with someone, I'm generally not concerned about the age that they are or the age of consent in their jurisdiction, right? If there were no real intentions, why would that even be a concern for you? He is using the most specific arguments ever of I didn't do anything illegal to argue that he's in the clear, while also being unwilling to fully get into the allegations and say what he said. You can guess as to why he doesn't want to be specific here. This crap here is what I was talking about earlier. Someone isn't telling the truth. Bro thinks the Rolling Stone mag side opt him. All Rolling Stone did was report on stuff other people had said. I don't love Rolling Stone. I don't love journalists. But literally all they did is report on stuff that other people had said about Doc and report about his own statements, which seemed to line up with what they were saying. And not only that, if Doc wants to sue these publications, first of all, he's going to fucking lose, okay? Because you cannot sue someone for reporting something that you publicly stated. And second, if he does take them to court, if he takes, let's say, Twitch to court again, or he takes Cody Connors to court again, what's probably going to happen is there's going to be a discovery phase of the lawsuit. And in discovery, those messages might come out. And if they do come out, Doc is not going to have a fun time, which is why he is not going to fucking sue them.
Neither did any of these journalists, and neither did Twitch at the time of the ban. You also tried to tell the world that I was trying to meet up with this user at TwitchCon, but you're wrong. Let's set the record straight. I never intended to meet this user ever. We never made plans to meet at TwitchCon or anywhere else, and in fact, we never met. And
once again,
I think that's a lie.
He says, I never intended to meet this user. We never made plans to meet at TwitchCon. We never met. That's what he says. Does he ever say, I never discussed plans of meeting with them? I never mentioned meeting with them. It never came up in our conversations. No, he won't say that. Despite the fact that obviously that kind of information would help exonerate him a lot. Why is he unwilling to say that? We haven't even seen the messages. He knows they're out there in legal documents somewhere. He knows they're on Twitch's servers, and he's unwilling to say, I never tried to meet up with this person. He says, I never intended. But obviously, that could still mean that he had messages with them where he talked about meeting with them, and he, you know, in his mind, he never intended to truly meet them in person, right? You should start off every new Turkey Tom upload by declaring you're a kid liker so you can get on the front page. Yeah, that'd be a genius publicity stunt, genius social experiment. Stop demonizing. He did it because he has a disability. Based.
Person ever. Your bullshit accusations gave false courage to other former Twitch employees to make shit up as well. I suspect all of you sort of...
What's even interesting here is the fact that the stuff that these other people said, these other Twitch employees, was not 100% Cody's right with every detail. What they said instead was Doc had inappropriate messages with a minor, knew their age,
19,
and the conversations didn't get less sexually graphic or explicit after that point. That's what they said. Cody may have fucked up. He may have not known what was going on. He may have been talking about rumors that he heard without actual confirmation. Okay, that's very possible. Cody did fuck up the story as far as the details. But Doc is unwilling to respond to anyone other than Cody Connors and what he said. He's unwilling to respond to anything that any of his articles said. He's unwilling to respond to any specific allegation other than the one that seems to be the most exaggerated version of the truth. That looks weird to me. That looks weird. Why not debunk everything? And also, why not pull up any proof, any screenshots, any specific dates, literally anything? Why tell this story in a very vague way on stream with no proof for your claims? That looks weird to me. Typically, a good response to allegations is going to involve some screenshots.
The times we live in are as fickle as the shifting winds,
adventurer.
It is important to remember what is true and lasting in this world.
True.
And to preserve everything else is a waste.
These journalists,
your findings are amazing.
Are sort of
the
just
seeds I gave you were dried and dead.
Now, don't you
Whatever
think,
rests under these
is it
oases
gossipy
can create life from
to
nothing.
report what Doc himself said? This is what
your findings are incredible, adventurer. These oases hold properties that must come from an outside source, or perhaps an inside one. I want to know how these fissures are affecting the beasts who drink from the oasis' water. Hunt oasis snapjaws at the lush water and stagnant oases. Bring me their shells so I may examine them.
Okay. Okay, so first thing I've got to do is get my buffs. I want to check my items and make sure that my weapons are repaired. Yeah, weapons are repaired, especially the Mole Miner Gauntlet. Yep. Okay, and we are going to get a rested buff.
Your auction of oily black mouth has expired. Your auction of ice cold milk has expired.
Oh. Yeah.
You receive loot, light leather.
what journalists have been doing for 150 years. Somebody says, I had inappropriate interactions with a minor. The headline is, Dr. Disrespect admits to having inappropriate interactions with a minor. They didn't lie. They didn't stretch the truth. They didn't say anything they couldn't prove. I've read so many articles about this guy when researching this shit. I'm telling you, with confidence, the Rolling Stone is never being sued by Doc. Is never being sued by Doc. Nope. Ever. It's not happening. Nope. Doc never said sexting. Well, it's a good thing that Rolling Stone also never said, we know 1000% that Doc sexted a minor. What they said is, this is what Cody Connor said, this is what an anonymous Twitch employee that we spoke to who claims to have knowledge of the situation said, and this is what Doc said. That's what they said. You cannot sue these people. You cannot sue, and if you try, you're going to get it dismissed or you're going to get laughed out of court and lose thousands and thousands of dollars. This is a fucking, I 1000% believe Doc has no intention of suing any of these people. And he's saying this so it adds more weight to his statement. I think he has no intention of suing any of these people ever. He just wants to play the crowd.
We have our duties, adventurer. Duties to the horde.
He wants to play
very good. You must have really stirred up those centaur. Our guards spotted activity down near the stagnant oasis, which was probably you. You should be proud of your deed, adventurer. There is much bravery in you. Ezreal Bloodmark is the leader of the Kolkar centaurs in the Barrens. He is fierce, brutal, and cunning. Defeating him would disrupt and fracture the Kolkars, greatly reducing their threat to us. So kill him. As with Barak and Verog, bring me Hezrul's head. He leads his people from the Lushwater Oasis to the south.
We're going to do all of my turn-ins. This is the last one, I think. Feels like I like these days I steer submarines around a big board, and I have them like go down periscope, and they're not even in the game anymore. It's such an interesting metaphor. I don't know how to draw it correctly. Like I feel like I move pieces around a board all the time, and it's just kind of interesting. I play the game and I never ever lose. I'm gonna need fuel. I bought fuel, thank God. I'm gonna need fuel, and I have to rethink a perk here. Probably more fuel than that, honestly. But yeah, I gotta pull out this weapon that I have. It's what did I pull out? Now that needs to go away. It's the Executioner's Short Flamer. Mutant Slayer Switchblade is no good, but so I guess I switched out Blunderbuss, but I like this quad black Blunderbuss, but it's no good for what I'm doing. I'm going to drop this weapon and switch out again for the oh look, I got a new Western Spirit. I like these. Yeah, the Western Spirit is awesome. This is a great gun. Oh look, they changed the ADS a bit. Yeah, great little gun. I am trying to... I mean, maybe I should place these for sale, too. I don't know. Because they're all, like... I don't know. Anyways, I am trying to... get my... my healing weapon, which is this Vampire's Voltex Short Flamer. And we'll put you... Oh, here, honestly, I'm going to put you here, actually. The Vampire's here, and then you will be Gunther's Big Iron. Yep. Blue Ridge needs help taking one of their pit stops. So now we brought fuel, but I no longer need 50 caliber balls. There, that's good. Yeah, this is good. And then... oh shit, I have a ton of stuff. Maybe I better just stuff this in the, and sooner or later I'll deal with armor, I guess. Yeah, I mean, sooner or later I'm going to have to, but that's alright. I have a lot of armor, that's alright. It'll dump out really well. So, you. And then finally, we will eat and dump all of that in the box. Boil water. Okay. Finally, we're going to go back to the inventory and sort by stack weight and just see what it is. 9 plasma cores. I was like, what is weighing me down this much? 5 fusion cores and about 29 stim packs. I'm going to need more than that. Yeah, it'll take like another 30 of them. Okay, and then as for meds, I've been getting down on my psycho buff. That's good. Rad-X, that's far too many, and I don't really use them, honestly. Rad-X. This is too many psychos, and I'm rocking psycho buff anyways. Too many Radaways. Too many super stim packs. Too many Radaways. Get them all in there. And then, yeah, this was good. Anything that isn't legendary, I want scrapped. Yeah. Yeah, that's perfect. All right. Good. Okay, and you know, I think the sound effects are a little low. No, it's not the sound effects, it's the master. Yeah, so where I can like hear it. Yeah, that's good. Okay, so now what? Yeah, and all of my shit's reloaded, and I have my fuel for this thing so I can heal the Brahmin. And now we go out and do an RP journey to Stony Man Lookout. And we'll get back on Rogue and burn my sprint again.
But you publicly said. Your public statement is what they quoted. That's all they did.
They report on all this based on leaks from 2 former Twitch employees, one of whom was supposedly on the Trust and Safety team. If these anonymous sources worked on the Trust and Safety team at the time of my Twitch suspension in 2020, then you would hope they would tell the truth. But apparently that's just too much to ask. If these former Trust and Safety team members, and by the way, I know exactly who they are.
Well, if you know who they are, you're not under any legal obligation to not name them. Why not just name them, right? Why not just name them? Why not say specifically their names if there's no risk of that, right? If you're not breaching any kind of contract anymore because the NDA was already violated, so now you can talk about it. Why not just say their names so we know who they are? And they are then forced to make a public statement, either admitting that they lied about this shit and they slandered you, or, which would be a huge dub for you, or the more likely reality is that they're going to have to come out and validate their stuff with their real face and talk about what you did. Rolling Stones needs to research takesies, backsies, based.
Actually had first-hand knowledge, then what they conveniently left out is, 1, Twitch's Trust and Safety team, the same employees that decided to ban me, internally admitted that the whisper messages were not sexting.
Okay, maybe they weren't sexting. Does that make it right? And on top of that, if you can talk about whatever happened in this lawsuit now, if you can provide proof, you can provide receipts, you can name them, why not name them? Name them and shame them. If somebody slandered you, Dr. Disrespect, publicly, why not just name them so they get public backlash? Why not take them all to court? Oh, he said he would take them to court. He's not going to. He's not going to. He's not. I will bet, okay? I will bet $1,000 that Dr. Disrespect is not going to sue the Rolling Stone or any journalist involved in this.
Anyone here familiar with you?
I would bet
Shaman Ghost,
$1,000,
because I don't really know where to put my next talent
$1,000
point.
will be donated to a charity of his choosing, okay, if he wins, okay? I don't think this is happening at all.
And 2, Twitch's Trust and Safety team, the same employees that decided to ban me, internally acknowledged that the whispers did not constitute child sexual abuse material.
Why not just talk about that? Why not provide proof? Adding names are Candace Owens' base. Why not provide proof? Who could contradict you? Who could punish you for that? You know everything that happened in this court case. Why not prove that? This one he needs to show the logs or shut up. Yeah, I wonder why he's not going to do that. I wonder why. Because surely at this point the logs would look better, right? If it's not sexting, if he genuinely isn't a bad guy, didn't do anything wrong, if he can sue people for slandering him supposedly, why not just show the logs, right? Why not do that? What's wrong with that?
You'll see, Sam. I'll say it again. Neither I nor the Twitch user exchanged any sexual graphic messages or images. Cody Connors and these other anonymous sources are trying to paint a picture that I was exchanging sexually explicit messages and photos with this Twitch user. That never happened.
Did that really never happen? Then why didn't you just say that? Why didn't you say I never did anything wrong? Because that's how he's painting it out to be, right? Why did you make your long statement on Twitter, owning up to it, saying you never should have entertained conversations with a minor, saying you never should have had those conversations at all, saying you fucked up. Why not say that then? Why not say any of that then, right? Why is that?
Totem Teddy
Could have
says,
easily said
regular
that.
size.
This response could have come out months ago. Why is it only coming out now?
So glad you're back. Hey, I appreciate it, Shane. It's good to be
Thank
back
you.
to a
Totem
certain
Teddy
degree.
says,
Right, we
average,
got
I
to
guess.
figure out this
Pennyworth
monetization
says,
thing. So
ban for
September
Tom's R.
25th is basically
Greater Plains
when
Rider
we
attempts
can
to run away in fear.
reapply for.
I'm very curious how
You
this is going to
feel
go
normal.
through and if YouTube is going to
You receive loot,
get him
like
back
better.
in the partner program. I would guess not, but
You
I'm
receive
curious.
loot.
partnership
Strider meat.
on YouTube. You know, people ask,
You receive
do
loot.
I
Ruined
now
letter
that you're
scraps.
not getting monetized, you're not going to be streaming
Your
ever
says,
again, or
that's
you're
all
on
you need, it's all
YouTube,
about the motion of the ocean.
There's an opportunity to
Lazy Boy
reapply.
says,
For
how long
almost
stays up?
4 years, champs,
Fleur
the
Nate
public
says,
demanded
ID
to
for
hear
an
from the
enhancement
doc
thing.
regarding the Twitch suspension.
Totem
The
Teddy
doc.
says, nothing
I
to write
guess
home about,
since
but it gets
you
the job
all
done.
missed the point with my personal statement, maybe it's time to tell my side of the story.
I don't understand how we missed the point, though. Like, in his personal statement, he takes accountability for doing something wrong. He acknowledges that he fucked up. He acknowledges that he's not a great person. He says that himself in plain text. Like, very clearly, he says that. Why is he not giving specifics? Why will he not get into what he actually said? Because if what he actually said is not that bad, I'd be like, oh,
Greater Plains
fuck
Strider
these
attempts to
people,
run
right? They
away in fear.
slandered him. Me and Brandon are on a final flight to DC from South Lebanon. Love you, miss you, Tom. Love you
You
too, buddy.
receive loot. Ruined
Have a
leather
safe flight.
scraps.
Hope it doesn't get fucking grounded. Off topic, with thoughts on Nikocado having a semi-active Cameo account and his ruse not being blown. I'll take a look at that later.
Champs. You
Hunting
see, there
says,
was a
"Till
lawsuit
someone arrests him."
pending, and as part of that arbitration,
Pennyworth
all
says,
parties were
5
not
minutes or
allowed
so.
to speak publicly about the case. I respected those rules. My lawsuit against Twitch was eventually resolved, as you all know. But even then, as part of the settlement, all parties were still prohibited from speaking publicly about the case or the settlement. However, if one side violated that confidentiality, then the other side could respond.
Oh, well, you can respond now, right? You can leak it all. Why not just show exactly what you said so we
receive
can know it's not
light
that
letter.
bad? Like, there would be no question about it. I wouldn't even be able to make this video. I would be posting about how Doc actually didn't do it. It's not that bad, right? Why not just post the DMs? Why not post the messages you actually
You
sent?
receive loot.
The
Sunscale
switch
feather.
delete your whispers on ban? I have no idea. When is Poop
receive
Fest
loot.
dropping? It's
Light letters
not.
too.
I'll explain that later in the stream. I'll finally get into the India story, okay? But yeah, like why not just say it? Why not just say what you didn't do? It should be easy, right? When every
You receive
other,
loot.
you know,
Light
public
letters too.
figures had to respond to allegations of this magnitude, they've either had to say the messages don't exist, so I can't show anything because I can't, you know, I can't prove a negative, right?
You receive loot.
Or
Light letter.
they do exist and here they are. Why not just show them? Why not show them and give more context and we can just exonerate you fully based on that, right? Why not do that? Oh, but Cody Connors never gave proof. Okay. Twitch never gave proof. That's true. I don't think Twitch is in a great position. I don't think Twitch did the right thing here. I don't think they acted appropriately given the allegations. But to me, that doesn't really matter because Doc himself acknowledged that inappropriate conversations with a minor happened. He didn't say, I never had any inappropriate conversation with a minor. He said, I did have inappropriate conversations with a minor. I shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have entertained those conversations. That's why I'm demanding proof.
And again, champs, I respected all the confidential obligations. But apparently Twitch's
Oh, for
own
what?
disgruntled employees didn't feel the need to abide by those same obligations. Cody Connors, ex-Twitch employee, wasn't even involved, leaks Twitch's reported reason. Years later, Cody, why do this? What was the point? This was settled professionally. And you, knowing how black and white the internet is, you decided you fucking...
But yeah, I think that the thing with what Doc is saying here is like this whole story about Twitch and all their fuck-ups and everything, like, it could be totally true. Cody Connors is not someone I want to defend, right? I have no passion for Connors. He probably is a retard. Based purely on the fact that Cody was teasing, leaking the information on Doc's band in exchange for selling concert tickets. You're probably joking about that, but based on that, I don't think that he is like a great person or the most credible source. But the problem is he's not the only one saying this, right? He's not the only one saying this. Rolling Stone talked to someone who claims to be an employee at Twitch. Rolling Stone, I trust they verified who that person is for a big publication. They have to do that. They have a process for these kinds of things. They would have had to verify who that person is, and they did. And on top of that, that person gave way more specifics than Cody did on the situation. So even if Cody was just reporting on rumors that he had heard, that doesn't dispel everything regarding this at all. At all. And everything Doc is saying could be true, but he has no proof for it either. So if you're going to say that Cody or any of these other people, Twitch employees, need to have proof, do it also saying that Doc needs to have proof. And on top of that, this isn't a situation where Doc was accused and says, I never did anything wrong. He admitted doing something wrong in his Twitter statement. He did. You can't deny that. Now, if he wants to get into the specifics, okay, let's get into the specifics, Doc. Just show us what you said. If we're going to believe what he's saying, is he insinuating Twitch banning to get out of his contract, or they ban a major asset for no reason? Well, he'll give more explanation for that here as his speculation.
I even used the word inappropriate, purposely. And look at how it's defined by everyone, champs. Huh? Including defaming articles.
Defaming articles? Okay, who are you going to sue? What publication are you going to sue? Who are you going to sue? Sue them right now. Let's see it. Let's see some lawsuits filed.
Sorry, but mutual bantering with inappropriate jokes taken out of context should have never led to me getting banned from Twitch in the first place.
The weird thing about this is that's not even how he phrases it in his original response. That's the weirdest thing, okay? Here he says, were there Twitch whisper messages with an individual minor in 2017? The answer is yes. Were there real intentions? The answer is absolutely not. Why would real intentions even need to be a consideration here? These were casual, mutual conversations that sometimes leaned too much in the direction of being inappropriate, but nothing more. Why not just say they were jokes here? Why say they lean in the direction of being inappropriate? Why apologize? Why have to clarify that nothing illegal happened, even if something bad did go down? Why need to even clarify nothing illegal happened? Wouldn't that be assumed, right? Why apologize? Why further apologize and say, I fucked up? Why say, from a moral standpoint, I'll take responsibility? What did you do that was morally wrong? Can we know? What was the thing that you said that was morally wrong? Like, I'm gonna fuck your mom. Which is like, probably not a statement you should make to a 16-year-old, but that's it? Was that it? Or was there something more? What is going on here? Why won't you get into the specifics of it, Doc? It's very weird. It's very, very weird. It's giving me the heebie-jeebies.
I mean, how would each of you look if all of your private DMs, your text messages, your chats were looked at, dissected, and taken out of context by someone who's deliberately trying to find something inappropriate in those words?
I think most people would look fine because they're not making weird sexual jokes to a 16, 17
Yeah, I think most people would be fine.
The most charitable interpretation that we can go with as far as the age, if we're assuming that what Doc said here is true. 16 or 17 is the most charitable age if they're technically not legally under the age of consent, right? 16 or 17 is the best age we can give at this point.
And this is not a situation where a victim publicly accuses someone of wrongdoing. That never happened here. We're talking about allegations that Twitch made against me as a half-baked reason for justifying their actions of suspending and shutting down my channel. Allegations that Twitch made without even a legal analysis of whether the whisper messages were illegal!
Okay. Is legality, once again, the only important thing here? Can you not have inappropriate DMs with a minor, even if they're not technically illegal and going to get you thrown in jail? I think we all know the answer to that. Like, these platforms typically don't ban people just for committing crimes. That's not the only reason they ban people. It's not. They can ban someone for anything. If I say in my chat, okay, I can't even say that. If some streamer says something in their chat, they're on live stream, they see a message in chat from someone who says, I'm 15 years old, and that streamer then says, I'm gonna fuck the shit out of you. Right? That's not technically illegal. They can say that, but obviously these platforms don't want someone who is a big, streamer with a big platform to be saying something like that, even though it's not technically illegal, even if there are no real intentions, right? They don't like that. That's not a good look, and it's also, wrong. It's morally wrong.
You see, I engage with my community. I engage with other streamers. And through Twitch Whispers, I communicate with Twitch users. Conversations that consisted of a variety of playing games, gaming policies, content creation, random stuff. This was the extent
But look at the way
of my
it moves when you
Whisper
handle it.
Twitch
And
user.
there's the sound
On
of
June
intricate
21st,
gears inside.
2020.
Oh my.
If that was it, why can't we just see it? Why can't you just say one quote?
I want to fix the SAMO
Give one
glitch,
quote.
but to
Maybe
do
give
that,
the
I'm
worst,
going to
give
need
the worst
some
quote and
supplies.
then give it context.
I ran out of
and say, "It's not that bad." Why
17.5
not
gauge
just do
nugget
that?
slugs,
Is that
and I'm
much of
going
an
to need a
is that
bunch
much
of
of an
those
ask,
for the
right?
week ahead.
To prove
The
your
closest
innocence? I
place
feel like
to
it's
get them
not.
is the
20.
sludge
My
bin to
ex-Twitch
the
partner
east.
manager
The venture
learned
company usually
that I
keeps them in their
exchanged
tool
whispers
bucket.
with the
Go to
Twitch
the
Only
sludge
Ghost Rider
bin
attempts
and
to run
look
away
And I
at the
say
buckets you find
ex-partner
there.
manager
Then
because
return
for
to
years,
Germany
this
if
guy
you
didn't
added
do
enough nugget
anything
slugs.
for me,
You
my
receive food,
community,
light leather.
or my channel. For years. I'm talking no front.
Who is this guy? You can publicly name him and shame him, right? He'll get sued for showing it? Why would he get sued? He said that he can talk about the situation as much as he wants to now. Why would he get sued for showing that? He said, oh, they broke the, terms of the NDA. Twitch, speaking out, broke the terms of the NDA. Them making comments to journalists. Cody Connor breaking that, agreement. That's no, I can say whatever the fuck I want. That's why he's leaking all this information, supposedly, right? Why can't he just show it? He can't get sued for that. What could he be sued for?
Love, we're talking about the face of the platform, right? Literally, the face of the platform. And I know Champions Club remembers this. We got zero front page love on the website.
Mog says, now
How
go back home where
brutal.
you belong.
Wow, no front page love? Bro, you're a multimillionaire. Who gives a fuck? Why are you crying? Why are you playing the victim here? Who cares?
Was never on my channel. He didn't follow me on.
Why does he keep going off topic to bring up other things that don't fit with what he's being accused of? Who cares if you had a bad manager at Twitch? It's because he's trying to paint a conspiracy that Twitch was out to get him and was willing to use any reason for it, while also, using that to obfuscate whatever happened in those DMs. That is why. That's why he's telling this entire story. To take the conversation off of whatever the fuck he said.
Twitter. He wouldn't even inform us about Twitch rival tournaments. We're talking about the 2-time.
They can use it against you in court, Tom. He himself said Twitch can't sue him anymore. He said they broke the NDA, so now he can say whatever he wants, right? The terms of the NDA were neither party can speak about it, no information can get out. That was the terms of the NDA. He has said here, he's like, now I can break the NDA. That's why he's giving this entire story. He said, I can break the NDA. I can say whatever the fuck I want about my band because information already got out. I can say what I want. So what do you mean? They can't take him to court anymore. That's what he said himself. He can say whatever the fuck he wants.
Twitch rival term. Oh, I'm sorry. I
discovered the Morshan Rampart, 125
we got
experience
zero
gained.
support from this guy, and it was just so obvious that he carried a grudge against the two-time. So after we signed with Twitch in 2019, we asked for a new partner manager. And just a few months later,
he most likely doesn't have access to the logs. I think he probably does have access to some version of it based on, you know, legal filings. But let's say he doesn't. Let's say he doesn't have access to the logs, okay? Why not just say what he said in them? Why not just, like, give one little detail about what the fuck he said in them, right? If he doesn't have access. Why not say that? Why not say, I don't have access to the logs. I can't even look at them. I didn't do anything wrong, but I don't have access to the logs. Why not say that? He never says that. Instead, when people say, can we see the logs, he insults them and calls them childish.
that ex-Twitch partner manager is directly involved with getting me banned. Coincidence? The Twitch user tells the ex-Twitch partner manager that they do not want to report anything to Twitch. I'll repeat that sentence one more time just in case anybody missed that one. The Twitch user tells this ex-Twitch partner manager that they do not want to report anything to Twitch. But this
Wow. So the child involved didn't see anything wrong. Like, that is literally the argument he's making. Well, this individual minor, you know, which, you know, was technically over 80%, you know, they didn't even see a problem with it. It's like, yeah, oftentimes they don't see anything wrong.
But another just north of here called Splinter
Tree. Wrong, you weird
I
fucking
recently
guy.
deployed a few scouts into Ashenvale,
You know,
and I need a runner to take them their orders and bring me back a report of what they have observed. Your first stop should be the Zorumgar outpost, along the coast to the west, at the Zorum Strand, to locate the first runner. You also need to stop at Splinter Tree Post to the north and along the road to the east near Ajara. You will find a scout and an outrider there. Give them each a report, and from them, get an update on their findings.
Report than anything else he said. I don't see how his chat isn't even talking about this. Oh, well, the girl said it was okay. Bro, yeah, that's the fucking point. When you groom a fucking kid, they don't know. That's the point of grooming. They don't realize what's going on. Because they're a kid. They don't get that anything wrong is happening.
Twitch partner manager encourages the user and even directs them to file a report directly with Twitch, even though the user told him clearly that we never physically met anywhere and that no photographs were exchanged.
Once again, he won't even say, I never talked about meeting up with them. He won't say, I never gave the idea that I meet up with them. He's like, we never physically met. Why would the idea of physically meeting even come up? He's not accused, keep in mind, of meeting with this person, ever. No one's ever said that. He's accused of trying to meet up with them or making some kind of statement to them about wanting to meet up with them. He'll say, oh, I never met up with them at TwitchCon. I never talked to them about meeting up at TwitchCon. But he won't say, I never talked about meeting up with this person at all. Why is that? Why is that?
On June 24th, 2020, Twitch's Special Operations team receives and reviews the user's report. They find no issues and determine that it did not warrant any further escalation to Twitch's law enforcement response team. That would have been the end. That should have been the end. But that partner manager, oh boy, did he have it out.
My wind riders are trained to fly quickly through the hot Barrens air.
No further action will be taken. So what is he personally escalates the report to a friend on the Twitch's LER team. The LER team, remember, that's the Twitch's law enforcement response team. He escalates the report to a friend on Twitch's LER team. So a day later, on June 25th, the LER analyst pulls the entirety of the Whisper messages and begins discussing them with his director of the LER team. Mind you, this director is on vacation at that time and does not have access to their computer or work files. Let me just remind you, I went through a big-time arbitration. Okay.
Let's see here. Whack MB in chat calling you out says, no receipts and no issues with tons of receipts with Mr. Beast and crew and Tom can't put it together. Lol. Dude, you're fucking retarded. The difference with Mr. Beast is that we have a very limited amount of information, okay, regarding that, okay? By the way, I have not been uncritical of Mr. Beast. I'm very critical. There's certain things I'm unwilling to say that I, can definitively say, because they've never responded. We don't know what their fucking side is. Doc admitted to having inappropriate messages. The point is not that, oh, well, there's no proof with Doc. There is proof. He said he did something wrong. He said it. Publicly, he said it. This is not the same fucking thing. Way more info than Doc just saying. No, there's not. Actually, there's not. And you're a fucking retard.
And, you discover a lot of...
Whack. Put your Discord in chat. I will debate you live on the air. Let's do it.
Mind you, this director is on vacation at that time. The LER analyst cherry picks and sends a few targeted excerpts out of context from the Whisper messages to this director. Now, if you do this, you can make anyone's messages look inappropriate, even when they aren't.
Okay, well, if they're not, just tell us what you said. If they're not inappropriate, just tell us what you said. Like, what did you actually say, Doc? Can you just say that publicly? Why not? If you can make anyone's DMs look inappropriate out of context, DMs which you previously said publicly were inappropriate. You said you had inappropriate messages with an individual minor. You said, I did that. Why not just talk about it? Why not just say what you said? Why not just describe it? What's wrong with that? Like, here he's implying that there weren't inappropriate messages when before, fucking months ago, on Twitter, he left a long explanation of how it wasn't appropriate, and he feels bad for it. Like, what the fuck does this even mean?
Within less than 1 hour?
This video only makes sense at all if you literally take away his prior statement. With his prior statement, it makes everything he's saying here look retarded, and now he's saying, oh, I said it for bait. To sue journalists. Yeah, good luck.
This LER analyst
Thank you, Elijah, for going to
made the decision to suspend me from Twitch. Twitch submits a report to NCMEC.
You receive item. Calico cloak.
Little articles, huh? The NCMEC. Twitch submits that report. The National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. Guess what? As far as I know, and over 4 years have passed, they didn't do anything with the report.
Wow. So, once again, you reiterate the fact you didn't do anything legally wrong, which I'm not even disputing at this point. Nobody's disputing that. You say you didn't do anything legally wrong. Okay, maybe you didn't. I still think you're a fucked up guy. What you admitted to is that you're a fucked up guy, okay? You admitted to having inappropriate messages with a minor that you shouldn't have entertained. That's enough. That's enough for me to fucking hate you, you weirdo. Opinion on the new female singer for Linkin Park? I don't know. She's all right.
As far as I know, they didn't escalate Twitch's report to law enforcement. Mind you, the same people that made this decision admit internally that the messages did not constitute sexting.
Okay, I mean, that's entirely possible, you know? Maybe it didn't constitute sexting. Maybe that's the truth. Can we see the messages? Can we just see it? Can we, like, see that? Why can't we see that? Does it constitute sexting? Okay, could it still be bad? Yes, obviously, even though it doesn't constitute sexting, it could still be bad. Nothing that Chris Tyson did technically constitutes sexting under any definition of the law or colloquially speaking. Chris still did really weird shit with minors that needs to be called out, right? What does this even mean? What defense is this? 1, time to cut, little bro. 2, I have suspicions you and your merch line are sponsored by the Open Society. You cannot chill with the gooning triggers. It has to stop now. Even though you're a gooner, at least you are not a champion. Thank you for the 50. All true.
The same people that made this decision at Twitch admit internally that the messages did not warrant any child sexual abuse material charge. Twitch makes this decision
Listening to you weird internet people talk makes me sick.
While admitted they did not perform any legal analysis of whether the messages exchanged were illegal in any way. Twitch makes this decision to terminate.
But once again, how would the messages being illegal have such a heavy weight on your ban? Most of the time when streamers are banned, it's not for breaking the law, right? Like, compare this to any other allegation that's ever been made and see how insane all this sounds. Most of the things Twitch has banned people for, like Aiden Ross, okay, have not been for him committing a crime, except for him being like a shithead on stream or being controversial, and they banned him, right? What does this have to do with anything? Once again, this is totally obfuscating from the real story here, distracting from the truth so we can get away from it. Navy veteran here, big fan. Keep up the amazing work you put into content. Just bought the merch XXL pump cover for the win. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that.
No,
good luck in the Navy. Or
LFG Rage Fire can
veteran,
DPS or tank.
Good luck not being in the Navy.
Terminate my contract and ban me while admitting that they never investigated the age of consent in the jurisdiction where the user's messages were sent and received.
Once again, why would age of consent even be a concern here? If the messages weren't inappropriate, why would the age of consent even be a conversation that we're having? It's a really weird thing to bring up, don't you think?
Twitch makes this decision to terminate my contract and ban me without ever interviewing me, the user, or any other third party, including the partner manager. It's fucking unbelievable!
Autopilot jumping.
He's fucking spurging. He's so mad. He's so mad, bro. Keep raging, retard. Thank you, Dom, for becoming a member. Thank you, Maybe, as well.
I'm not going to get into every detail regarding my legal case, but these former Twitch employees that claim to have first-hand knowledge, they just don't have a clue. They didn't report any facts. The judge in the case determined that the whispers were not illegal. So then why did...
But, like, even if they weren't illegal, who fucking cares? Okay, they weren't illegal. Yeah, we know that. You weren't charged. You're not in prison right now. I don't give a fuck. They could still be wrong. They could still be wrong. It could still be a bad thing to do, which you admitted to. The most you were willing to say in regards to this shit, genuinely, was, well, they were inappropriate, but they weren't illegal. I was never charged. It's like, okay, then what the fuck did you say? What did you actually say that made Twitch want to ban you? What did you say?
Why did Twitch use these messages against me? Why did Twitch treat the doc so differently from their other streamers? I mean, outside of the obvious. I mean, just take a look at me.
This is where he gets into the... He plays more into the character of I'm lit Chad or whatever, and then he also is like, well, I'm a base guy, okay? I'm a base guy. I was disrupting Twitch. I'm not like the other streamers. That's where they banned me.
Unfiltered.
Approaching
the realest
Stargate.
motherfucker in this industry. 6'8", gorgeous, athletic, successful, college degree, college athlete, bourbon business, gaming studio, beautiful
business.
family. And trust me, we've worked hard.
Wow, such a beautiful family, and yet you couldn't keep yourself from cheating on your wife, okay? And then, further, entertaining conversations with a minor that you yourself characterize as inappropriate. Wow. Such a beautiful family, such an amazing career, so many accomplishments, and you still couldn't stop yourself, you fucking idiot.
For over a decade, to improve as a...
I'm banging my head against the wall with the fact people bought this crap Doc said. Anybody buying this, I think it might genuinely be a low IQ individual, or just doesn't have all the facts.
Yep.
Maybe people who watch this response haven't even seen videos about it. Maybe they haven't seen documentation. Maybe they haven't seen his prior response. I could, if I didn't know anything about Doc and just watch this with no context, maybe I could have been like, oh, that's crazy. Maybe that's true. But like, with everything else I know, there's no way I can come to the conclusion this guy is completely innocent of anything. Thanks for the dono, Slime Beast.
A person, a husband, and father, and to get where we're at today. I mean, I'm in such a good place today. And all these people, they all act like they're just so perfect. I'm not perfect.
Yeah, we know that, buddy.
Autopilot
How much
jumping.
money for you to do a mukbang review of the Wendy's Krabby Patty meal when it comes out? I don't know, maybe I'll do it on stream. It'd be funny. Tom being too harsh or making too many assumptions without facts. Hey, Schnauzer, genuine question. If you believe that, do you want to have a chat on stream about it and outline to me how I'm wrong? I'm down. Let's have a chat.
I don't claim to be perfect. Sometimes I do. But I also didn't do all the shit that they're saying I did. But then that doesn't make a story, right?
Talk about India first. Jump off a bridge.
They wanted media attention.
In Minecraft.
The media wants controversy. And by sensationalizing all this with big, inaccurate headlines like sexting and sexually explicit, you all got what you wanted at the expense of the two-time. The reality is, they wanted to cut down the doc. Plain and simple. Take a look at some of these horrendous acts of Twitch streamers that were never banned.
Horrendous acts. All right, guys. Horrendous acts. I'm curious. I'm excited.
Example number one. A streamer that frequently used the N-word while publicly streaming, which constitutes a violation of Twitch's policies if accompanied by hateful intent.
Don't say it, 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 don't say it. Don't say it, don't say it, don't say it. Don't fucking say it, don't 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 say it. I'm fine, I'm fine, I'm fine. It's whatever, I'm fine. I'm not gonna say it. Fucking base? Who cares? Who cares? Oh, horrendous act. He said the N-word. Bro, first of all, why even bring this up like it fucking matters, okay? Oh, he said the N-word. Is saying the N-word comparable to allegations of pedophilia, you fucking freak? As if you even care about that, you probably think it's funny. Who gives a fuck?
Twitch scheduled a meeting with the streamer to ascertain his intent to determine whether his contact was a violation of Twitch's policies.
Also, who is this, like a white guy? Is this a black guy? Who the fuck is he even talking about? Who cares? Who gives a fuck?
Ultimately determining it was not a breach of Twitch's policies.
Okay, maybe Twitch is inconsistent with their ban policy. Yeah, probably. Yeah, I think we've seen that, clearly. Who fucking cares, though? Why even use this example? He said the N-word. Why not bring up an example where Twitch saw allegations against someone that were credible and decided not to ban them? Why not bring that up? Wouldn't that be better? Guys, that's worse. Saying the N-word on stream or contacting a minor inappropriately. I think we know which one that is, Felix.
Why wasn't I called
It's definitely the N-word.
into a meeting?
Well, probably because saying the N-word is not on the same level of having an appropriate message with a minor. Guy beam.
Why wasn't my intent taken into consideration, champs?
Champs.
Example number 2. Streamer was reported for discussing doing things with deceased animals and discussing pedophilia, all while live streaming. Never suspended, but instead given a multi-million-dollar contract.
Who is he even talking about here? Who is this? Who is this? And once again, don't you think discussing the idea of these things, okay? Were they saying, I like to fuck dogs, I like to fuck kids? Is that what this person said? And then they got a multi-million-dollar contract? Highly doubt it. I would guess instead what happened is that they discussed those topics on stream, and they ultimately weren't banned because you can discuss controversial topics. It's talking about Vosh. Vosh wasn't given a multi-million-dollar contract with Twitch, so how could it be Vosh? Vosh was never even given a contract with Twitch. He was just signed, and he could make money. He was not given a... He's saying that somebody was signed with Twitch here for a ton of money. It doesn't make sense that would be Vosh. Doesn't even make sense. And Bosch was also banned on Twitch years ago, I think, for saying he wanted to glass Israel. So Destiny was also never given a Twitch contract. He had a partnership with Twitch. He was never given... When he says Twitch contract, what he's denoting there is somebody who's like given money by Twitch to be on their platform, which they have done with a few people. Who, Dante's? Does Dante's have a Twitch contract? Isn't he just a partner? I don't think he has a specific contract or multi-million. I don't think Dante's makes multi-million dollars on Twitch at all. Who is he talking about? Guess? You're going to defend a different guy you don't know, but you'll try and guess who? I'm not defending anyone. What I'm saying is I don't know who the fuck he's talking about, and I also don't know the context. Doc could easily be taking whoever this is out of context. I have no idea who the fuck he's talking about.
Example number 3. Streamer was reported for a sexual...
Kind of like you in his situation. Jeannie, do you disagree with me? Do you want to have a conversation on stream about it? Considering we have no proof. Do you want to have a chat on stream about it? I give my position plenty of times. Doc's unwillingness to talk about the specifics makes me think he definitely did something really bad. But let's have a chat. You want to get into the specifics? Well, we can confront each other's arguments live on the air in front of each other. Let's do it. I've given my justifications like 100 times in 100 different videos about Doc and why I think he's guilty. Let's have a chat. Jeannie, are you there? Hello? That's why removing the Discord was a good idea. Well, most of the time when I would bring someone from chat into the Discord, they would have nothing to say. Or it wouldn't even be the right person. Why would that matter? We have no proof in your opinion wouldn't make that change. I think it definitely could. I think I could demonstrate that you are retarded. The thing is, you say we have no proof. That's not exactly true, though. From Doc's own statement, he had inappropriate messages with a minor, which he is now walking back here. Doc himself apologized for having inappropriate interactions with a minor. Why would he do that if he didn't do anything wrong? Why? Please justify that to me. Why would he apologize? Why would he apologize for entertaining conversations that were inappropriate with a minor? Disrespecting his wife. Why would he apologize for that publicly if he didn't do anything wrong? You have to admit the tone of this and the contents of what he's saying are very different from what he said prior in that deleted statement. If somebody is accused of fucking a dog, okay? If somebody's accused of fucking a dog, let's say, hypothetically, okay? And their response is not, I never fucked a dog. Their response is, I had inappropriate interactions with that dog. Was there anything illegal? No. Let's go own up to my actions. I had inappropriate interactions with that dog. Would you not do it? Even though we don't have any proof. If the person themselves...
Yeah, that does sound really bad. I mean, that's what I've always
clearly
thought.
Evidence something's going on, especially when they're unwilling to talk about these specifics. When people say, what'd you do with that dog? They say, oh, you know, I can't get into that. You know, it's been probed and settled, though. I didn't do anything illegal. This is a retarded line of argument. Genie. Okay, I don't know.
Actually explicit stream involving children and telling children to send Snapchats of them playing with themselves. Never suspended, but instead, given a multi-million-dollar contract.
Smago says send Discord or ban. You don't have to ban them, but if they're gonna, you know, say this like these very vague statements and not really justify themselves, like why not just have a conversation about it, you know? You don't gotta ban them, though.
It's so obvious that certain Twitch executives, employees involved had personal biases against the doc and used all of this as an opportunity to terminate my...
What about it is obvious, though? Like, you make this giant claim about this conspiracy at Twitch. You criticize others for not having proof. You simultaneously acknowledge the fact that you can say whatever the fuck you want about this case now because the NDAs are broken. And then you decide to just give this long-winded story about conspiracy at Twitch. And the thing is, this could totally be true. But even if this is true, I still want to see those messages. Whether or not Twitch acted the best, which I would guess they probably didn't because they haven't acted the best in the past. Why not tell us what the fuck you said?
My contract. Go back and
discovered Grambliska. 155 experience gained.
The chats could have been racist, homophobic, not sexual. Why not just say that? Why not just say that? If he made a racist joke, why not say that? And why also criticize someone else for saying the N-word? The thing, okay, you're telling me that it's reasonable. I'm sorry, I don't know if you're actually, maybe you're joking, but this is an argument I've actually seen. You're telling me the argument is Doc gets accused of having inappropriate sexual conversations with a minor. And his response is not, they weren't sexual, I just made a racist joke. It's reasonable that his response would be, oh, I had inappropriate conversations. But what he meant is that they were racist and homophobic. Dom says, here's the thing, we can make a reasonable conclusion something happened based on the fact he's so unwilling to talk about it. The people not doing so are trying so hard to make it seem like he can do nothing wrong. But it's not even the fact that he won't even talk about it or talk about what happened specifically. It's that he will on one hand acknowledge publicly that he did something wrong, and then he won't even say what he did wrong. He won't actually say it. Or are you called racist or homophobe than a pedophile? Yeah, obviously. Because one of those things is good and based.
The doc's termination lines up with...
Due to legal proceedings, it could have been that he couldn't make any hard specific claims like that. Well, he already said the legal proceedings are void now. He said the NDA is void, which is why he's saying all this shit, right? Clearly, it's void. So why can't he get into the specifics of what he actually said and expose Twitch? Expose Twitch for taking his messages out of context and banning him erroneously. Why can't he do that?
Two preferable, profitable, and expensive streamers.
And if they did do that, then why the fuck is he not back on Twitch?
Leaving Mixer. As soon as Twitch knew that Mixer had failed, and go look at the timing. These other expensive streamers needed a new streaming platform, so Twitch rushed through its decision to terminate the two-time.
What? Why would they rush their decision to ban you when you weren't even fielding contracts with them? Were you fielding a contract with another streaming site? Can you say that? Is that why they banned? Like, what does this
calls
even
himself
mean?
The
what the fuck does this even mean? You're making Twitch
is.
money if you're on Twitch. If they found out you were fielding a contract with another site, why not just say that? You can say it now, right? It's all been legally probed and settled. He's literally just saying, here's this bad thing I did, but let me bring up other bad things to downplay the situation. He's still in the wrong. Well, it's not only that. Previously, he's willing to acknowledge he did something wrong. Here, he's saying he did nothing wrong. Not only legally, he's saying morally he did nothing wrong. And he even brings up the age of consent, which is a weird thing to bring up when you say you did nothing wrong with this minor, right? Maybe it was an argument, and he said S my D. I mean, maybe. Why not just say that? That would be a decent, you know, that'd be a decent explanation. He was like, oh, it was just a joke, you know, I fucked up. That's all that happened. Why not just say that?
You see, I
You
shouldn't
received loot. Bristleback Quillbore Tusk.
It has affected us on so many levels.
53 copy.
Back in 2020 and now in 2020. And Cody?
Like, someone in chat makes a good point. If the context of these messages absolve him, because previously he said, oh, I didn't do anything, previously, in his Twitter statement, he said, I had inappropriate messages with a minor that are inexcusable. Okay, that's what he said. Basically verbatim. If the context of these messages, as he's saying now, would absolve him, why not provide the context and provide the messages so we can all see that he didn't do anything wrong? Then he's got everyone dead to rights. He's got everyone dead to rights. He can show that people took his shit out of context, that Twitch banned him falsely. He can show that these journalists are full of shit, intentionally or unintentionally. He can destroy it all. Why can't he just show that? Why can't he just show that?
Connors, I just have to say it again. Why would you do this? Like I said, this was handled professionally.
He can't provide the messages legally. You keep missing that. He can. He said himself he can. He said himself he can provide anything he wants legally in regards to this case. The reason he's saying he didn't give this story previously is that the litigation and the NDA he signed prevented him from talking about it. He openly says at the beginning of the stream he can now talk about whatever he wants regarding this case, including all this information, because the settlement contract was breached. So now he can show whatever he wants. He said it's over. He can show any message he wants. He can show anything. And he refuses to. That's not an explanation. It's simply that he doesn't want to show it for whatever reason. He doesn't want to show what is in those messages.
No fucking wrongdoing. But because of you, Cody, we just lost.
Aggro.
Unfortunately, we have to lay off people from Midnight Society.
And this is kind of weird. Here he's saying he's still with Midnight Society somehow. He's not taking a step back, seemingly. When previously they said he was, which is weird.
Because of you, Cody.
Because of him? Is it because of him? The situation never would have happened if you didn't have those messages, Doc. But if it's really Cody's fault, why not just show what you actually said so we can see that you were slandered by Twitch, defamed by Cody Connors, defamed by these journalists? Why not just show that? Everyone will be back on your side. Your gaming studio will be doing better than ever. This is very confusing. He's saying we have to lay people off. Is he still a part of it? I thought he was taking a step back. I thought he was gone.
You know, through all
his tweets to the individual have to walk the
Plane Strider attempts to run away in fear.
They do. I would guess from everything he said, he's like, they're not illegal, but he refuses to show them, right? My guess is that he didn't do anything illegal genuinely, but they're bad enough he doesn't want anyone to see them, in or out of context.
All this, we are where we are.
Thinks he's a master chess player with reflection muddying the waters. I didn't sex a minor, but I'm sorry if I did. That was dumb. I didn't though. And look at these people that did worse stuff, yeah.
I'm like a fucking man, I'll accept, but I don't accept to sit quietly by and let these idiots attack me with false accusations.
False accusations, okay.
For all these doc haters out there too, oh man, the ones that project and worry about everyone else's problems, right? I can't understand that mindset.
Once again, when you're being accused of a serious crime and your response is stop worrying about other people's problems, that's really weird. That's not a normal thing to say. Like, yeah, obviously people are concerned about the fact that you're being accused of being a pedophile. If someone is legitimately a pedophile, would you say, oh, worry about other people's problems? It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? What are you saying? Yeah, people are obviously concerned about child safety. Children around the world is something that people are concerned with. They don't like to see any child, whether it's their own or someone else's, being abused.
I could care less.
He says everyone's DMs are bad. Are we all pedos now? I think he's genuinely projecting because he thinks that this is how everybody talks.
We've always stayed in our lane, but somehow, some way, these people, they just get in our lane. For all you doc haters, I'm sure you'll just like dissect all of this and still find a way to publicly criticize me. Do what you need to do. I'll say this isn't for you. This was for my team today, my community, my friends, La Familia, that have supported me.
La Familia.
The exchange of whispers, champs.
Sounds like a gang.
To all of you out there, it looks bad. I have no way of knowing if the Twitch user thought our exchange of whispers was inappropriate. If it was, I apologize. All I know is that I never did what Twitch, Cody...
If it was, I apologize. So why is there confusion here? Why is there confusion here when in his prior statement he said, I had inappropriate messages with a minor? Why is he confused here when before he was so sure? Why would he delete that prior statement? I don't know.
Connors, or the public is claiming that I did. That's it. I'm not saying anything more about any of this, right? Unless I need to, because trust me, I have more I haven't disclosed.
Yeah? Unless you need to? I'd say you need to. I'd say you're a fucking weirdo, bro. And now, honestly, if I was somewhat ambiguous before, his unwillingness to actually talk about what he specifically said is making me think that the DMs are way fucking worse.
I just want to get back to what we do best. Put on a show and climb our way to the tippity top of the mountain, man. In our own lane.
Tom, hypothetical, just food for thought. What if it's jokes, but super political, incorrect jokes, like hypothetical doc spamming the N-word messages is not sexual, so inappropriate? The thing is, if that is the case, like, why would he not just say that? Why would he not just say that? Because then that would seem to be absolvable. Also, why would saying the N-word to a minor versus saying the N-word to an adult, why would that even be a greater concern? Right? Unless the minor's like 3 years old and black, why would that even be a concern? Like, if you're joking with someone about politically incorrect takes, but you're then accused of being a pedophile, why would your response not be, I didn't have weird messages with that person, sexually speaking, I made some off-color jokes about race? Why would you not say that? Why would you not say that? That would absolve you. Because then people will be like, oh, well, he's kind of controversial, he's kind of base, but he's not a fucking pedo. But he won't, like, that's retarded, I'm sorry. That's impossible. NDAs are not always simple on voiding and saying whatever you want. Signed 1 year with a big tech company that had part of not even being able to acknowledge his existence except for law enforcement. He's still guilty AF. The thing is, even if that is let's say that is the case hypothetically, why would he not say that? Why would he not say, well, now I can violate part of it? Why would he not say that? I mean, seemingly here he's violating the NDA by talking about, like, in a giant way, by talking about the entire substance of what happened. So why can't he just prove what he's saying from the court case?
That's it.
Lamau, you're a retard. Guys, you don't get it. Shungite Shaman set him up with the Team Cutie. The taller you are, the more you fall. There's nothing we can do against this coup. Shungite equals black. Black pill stays undefeated. It never even began. So true and based. Remember, he's a groomer, not a loser. Based. Thank you so much for the 50 shadow kitten. I work graveyard shifts, so I can't stick around. Glad I caught another live. My first introduction to you was Chris Chan. That's funny. It's probably a lot of people's first introduction. Gotta go to chemistry lecture. Have fun poop maxing. Good luck with chemistry, bro. Good luck. Right. So there were some other funny clips from that stream. Nick Diorio posted one of the funniest moments in my opinion.
Yes, I got a belt.
Which is after his official response where somebody was asking to see the actual messages. So I do want to bring up this clip real quick.
Show the message. Release the messages. Show the messages. What are we in 2nd grade?
What are we in 2nd grade, he says. Very weird way to respond to that, I will say. Anyhow, as a result of Doc's response, people who are low IQ and genuinely retarded, or people who just don't know what the fuck is going on, took what he said as gospel and started giving a lot of people shit, including Nick Merckx, who ended up tweeting about this because he started being given shit, people saying he was a bad friend. So Nick said, this retard Dr. Disrespect is married with children, pushing 40, admits to texting a minor inappropriately. His words, not mine, so I cut ties, because obviously that's inexcusable. Now, I'm a shit friend for not having his back, a bunch of brain rot morons on this app, which I think is a good take. Because Nick did what you're supposed to do with allegations. He waited when it wasn't proven, when Doc hadn't responded, he waited and didn't say fucking anything, okay? And then, when Doc publicly admitted that he had done something wrong, then Nick dropped him, finally. And this person said a real friend would have called him and texted him. Man to man. And Nick here said, I've said multiple times he sent a text to the boys and I apologizing for us being dragged into it. Regardless, it doesn't matter. Don't you think if Doc thought he hadn't done anything wrong, he would just message them and be like, hey man, I'm being accused of a lot right now. It's not true. Don't you think he would have said that instead of texting Nick and said, I'm sorry for dragging you into this. I fucked up. Don't you think he would have said that? And if Doc thinks that Nick is being a bad friend, why would he just post those DMs of him saying to Nick, I'm not guilty of everything they're accusing me of? Why would Doc not just post that and show it? These people are fucking morons. If you're mad, you're an actual fucking moron. You're a retarded person. You cannot be saved. But like, this is so fucking stupid. People mad at Nick Merckx are so fucking stupid. And this is not the only dumb take coming out of this. Here's what Melanie Max says, okay? I don't know a lot about this person. I see her, she's like a pick-me girl who says the F slur on stream a lot, or maybe on Twitter. I don't know. I just find her cringe, but I don't really know a lot about her. But she said, Dr. Disrespect handled that really well. Innocents are proven guilty. And thus far, there is no proof. At this time, I see no reason not to believe him. Are you fucking retarded? Do you have no knowledge of the situation? Did you not read his prior response? He literally said he did it, referring to his prior response. He colors your knob bright red. He said he made off-color jokes. He didn't say he sexted anyone. Clearly, investigation also showed that was not the case as well. Well, then why would he apologize? He made off-color jokes. Typically, when someone is falsely accused, their immediate response is fucking anger. Is objective anger at the situation. It is not, guys, I really fucked up. I never should have entertained those conversations with a minor. And why would he even bring up age of consent? He was proven innocent. It's the Twitter mob who wanted him to be guilty. What the fuck are you talking about? Proven innocent? He didn't prove his innocence at all. He went on a 20-minute diatribe about bullshit that was unrelated to the allegation. Completely unrelated. Was not even a part of the accusation against him. It's the Twitter mob who wanted him to be guilty. What the fuck are you talking about? Are there people who are mad at him because he likes Shungite and David Icke? Yes. I don't give a fuck about that. I think it's funny. If Doc doesn't like trans people, funny. Epic meme, okay? I don't give a fuck about that. I just care about if he was messaging a kid inappropriately, which he admitted to doing. He admitted to doing it. Doc lives in Cali. consent law is
You
18.
received
Even if a person is
Suntail
legal in
feather.
their state, but not his, doesn't make his argument
You
flawed,
received
makes him a
intact
pedophile.
raptor
I mean,
horn.
maybe legally speaking, yeah. The thing is,
You
if
received
the
light
person was 18 years old, okay, let's say, oh, well, this age of consent in doc state is 18. So, you know, he's clear. She was 18. It's like, okay, let's say she was 18. Why would he not say that? Why would he not say she's 18? Because that would make it way less bad than if she was 16 in the public's eyes. That 2-year difference would make such a big difference to the public eye. Why would he not just say that? But this is not the only person, okay? Keemstar has been having I don't even know. I don't know if he actually believes what he's saying right now. I don't know if he's just lying because he's farming interaction, but whatever the case, Keemstar's being so fucking stupid about this shit. It's insane. It's insane. Doc is streaming in front of 170k concurrent viewers, and there isn't a single mention in the chat of his controversy. Very odd. So that's his first response, okay? And yes, there wasn't a single mention because he was hiding it, okay? He was hiding people from saying that because he had it on sub-only mode. People who have subbed for like 13 weeks. And then Keem tweets, Doc is innocent, wild as fuck. Keemstar, you've been following these allegations just like I have. You've followed every step of the way. How can you come to the conclusion he's innocent? How can you ever come to that conclusion ever? What? What about what he said changed your mind? What proof did he provide that changed your mind? Where before you thought he was guilty, and now you think he's innocent. The best part about that Twitter mob comment is that the low intelligence heirs of the internet want to be innocent so badly. It's just, do these people even know what the fuck is going on? I cannot understand how you can see everything that happened in this case and come to the conclusion he's innocent. If maybe the only information you have is from his response, maybe that could be justified. But if you're then going to say he's innocent, it's like, I'd say irresponsible at the very best interpretation. Irresponsible, unresearched, retard shit at the best interpretation. If you've seen his response and you haven't seen the other shit and you're saying he's innocent. Doc defended himself really well. Twitch has some explaining to do. What do you even mean by that? How did he defend himself well? What did he provide that was good proof for anything? Sounds aggressive. I'm aggressive because people are so fucking stupid around this shit. And nobody has provided one single argument that makes any sense as to why he's innocent. Nobody. The arguments as to why he is innocent or why he didn't do anything wrong or why he's telling the truth only make sense if you haven't seen his other statement. If you haven't seen his other statement, maybe you can come to that conclusion. If you have, there's no way you can ever come to the conclusion he did nothing wrong. It's like, it's actual insanity. Let's see this take. This guy, the cyber whip. Data error. Rebooting Visor Cortex. Militant Fury 6. Reporting for duty. Dead drop variant. Says, everyone's asking Doc to show the whisper messages, but no one's asking the accuser to show anything. Guess a lot of people are just trusting this Cody guy absolutely twisted. But this is like the most retarded thing ever.
You receive loot. Roaring bowfin albacore.
Because Cody's not the only accuser, first of all. There are other anonymous Twitch employees who confirm this to be the case. He's not the only accuser. If it was just Cody, whatever. But it's not. It's not at all. Also, asking the accuser to show anything. The actual accuser is a girl, presumably, who was a minor at the time, who probably doesn't want her identity to be known. And she probably shouldn't be blasted by the entire internet. She probably shouldn't be blasted by the entire internet with her identity out there. Because then whenever you look up her name, whatever the fuck it is, okay? Rachel Edwards, whatever the fuck it is, okay? Just made up a name there. When you look up whatever her name is, it's going to come up with Rachel Edwards groomed. This person's name groomed by Dr. Disrespect, okay? And also, people are just trusting this Cody guy. Is this guy in the replies points out, I mean, it doesn't get clearer than this. He admitted to inappropriately messaging a minor. Legal or not, dude is a creep and deserves every ounce of hate, hatred, and disownment. True. And he cites the response where Doc says, brother, Twitch whisper messages with an individual minor? Yes. Were the real intentions? No. These were casual, mutual conversations that leans in the direction of being inappropriate, okay? This fucking retard says him admitting to messaging a minor was for a journalist to grab and run with. That makes no fucking sense. That is absolutely retarded. That is the most retarded explanation I've ever heard in my life. The fact that you believe that shows that you're a fucking moron. When you're accused of a crime, your response is to admit to it, and you think you can then sue a journalist for saying what you said? Are you 10 years old? Genuinely, are you 10 years old? This is so fucking stupid. There is no reason.
You are like falling apart, Tom.
Reasonable explanation. Explain what the point of a journalist.
I thought that I was bad. Uh-oh. I've definitely bullied some people who have bullied me, but I wouldn't say I ever just pick randos in my chat like that and just fucking like tear into them. I've never been like that. I probably never will be. Okay, we load up on minerals. Oh, my procurer's out here, huh? Oh, I wonder where I got all this from. Oh man, this is taking fucking forever. Nope. Sorry if my tablet was annoying. Okay, so undock. There we go.
Autopilot engaged. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
A groomer is. In what universe is that something Doc would want to prove that the so-called journalists are nothing but garbage and division?
I think I'm done with this one.
On June 3rd,
a little loud. Okay.
1968, a tiny and scruffy woman walked up to a rookie cop in New York City's Times Square and confessed that she had just shot the famous artist Andy Warhol.
The police are looking for me, she said as she handed over 2 pistols she used to shoot Warhol. About Andy Warhol, she said, he had too much control over my life.
She revealed that her name was Valerie Solanas. Although she was 32 years old, she lied and said that she was 28. She didn't have a phone number, home address, or a job. Later, police escorted her to bookings, where they were met by a crowd of journalists. Valerie stopped to answer their questions. I live nowhere, she said. I'm a writer. Read my manifesto. It will tell you what I am.
My manifesto.
She was referring to this book, the Scum Manifesto,
yep.
aka Society for Cutting Up Men, a radical diatribe calling for the extermination of all men.
Valerie left the authorities and the press scratching their heads. Her motive for shooting Warhol was unclear because she wouldn't answer any questions about it directly. Further investigations revealed that she had known Andy Warhol personally and had played a small role in one of his films.
Valerie, why did this happen?
Because he's a...
Well, let's clean it up a little. Could you talk to the room here? Why did this happen?
Because he's a piece of garbage.
Rumors spread that she had shot Andy Warhol because he wouldn't produce her play. She denied those rumors and clarified that she shot him because she believed that he was involved in a plot against her, led by a man named Maurice, who was conspiring to steal her literary work. When Warhol survived, she said years later that she considered her shooting a moral act. It was immoral, she said, to have missed. Quote, I should have done target practice.
What?
How did Valerie Solanas become the political extremist who shot Andy Warhol? Well, perhaps I can convince you that she was a product of her environment. She grew up in poverty. She was a child of divorce. Her alcoholic, porn-addicted father sexually abused her. She moved around a lot to live with different relatives. By 5 years old, she was already so hardened by life that when her grandfather beat her with a belt, she took it while laughing. As a teenager, she shoplifted, skipped school, and had promiscuous sex. Because of that, her family considered placing her in a mental hospital for oversexed women. When she was sent to Catholic school instead, she got into fistfights with boys and nuns. By the time she was 15, she had been pregnant. Her second child, David, didn't know that she was his mother until much later on in life. He went on to launch a successful business as an erotic underwear photographer of nude women. Despite the horrors of her childhood, she was an excellent student. She was more mature than her peers, wittier, and more driven. She scored 131 on an IQ test, placing her in the top 2% of the population. Under her high school yearbook photo, a caption read, Val, brain power and a lot of spirit. Valerie enrolled at University of Maryland College Park, where she majored in psychology. There she excelled academically, but showed behavioral problems. She was forced to undergo psychological counseling due to frequent fights with her roommates. One time she threw a box of bottles at another student. In another instance, she got revenge on one of her roommates by peeing in her orange juice and placing it back in the fridge.
Gross.
At college, she started to formulate her worldview. She wrote columns for the school newspaper, often scathing rebukes against misogyny on campus. In her column, she ripped apart one of her male classmates for saying that women only went to college to find suitable husbands. Challenging the status quo has always been controversial, especially as a queer woman in the mid-1950s. So as you can guess, some loved her, but most despised her. Valerie received honors and enrolled in a master's program in psychology. During her graduate studies, she administered electric shocks to rats and dogs to study animal learning behaviors. Throughout her life, Valerie was burdened by financial problems. Even though her tuition was less than $100 per year, around $1,200 today, she struggled to stay afloat. In order to survive, she became a sex worker, something that she continued to do for the rest of her life. She rationalized sex for money as a cut-and-dry transaction. That way, she felt empowered by it rather than exploited. By seeing it in that way, she felt that she wasn't contradicting her feminist views. Despite that, in moments of vulnerability, she would reveal that she had sex with men for money, even though she hated men. Around that time,
Your
a Greek
inventory
man
is
named
full.
Polypostoletus proposed to her. Their marriage only lasted 6 months because it was a scheme to let him stay in the country. Back then, people just needed to get married in order to become a US citizen. Paul most likely paid Valerie to marry him, and then they divorced once he became a citizen. Soon, Valerie dropped out of graduate school. After a year spent traveling the country and taking some courses at Berkeley, she set her sights on New York City, and she fell in love with Greenwich Village. Back home, she stood out. But in Greenwich Village, she saw drag queens, as well as lesbian couples holding hands. It was the early days of the queer community, and Valerie felt like she finally found home. In New York City, she never stayed in one place for too long, often getting evicted for missing rent payments. For some time, she stayed at the Chelsea Hotel, a famous residence for artists and eccentrics. The Chelsea Hotel opened its doors to starving artists working on their masterpieces. Artists who had promising futures were allowed to put off paying rent for months, even years. The Chelsea Hotel is also where Sid Vicious of the Sex Pistols killed his girlfriend Nancy Spungen with a hunting knife. Valerie Solanas believed that she was ready to join the annals of artistic history, along with other great men and women who stayed at the Chelsea Hotel. She decided that she was destined to become a celebrated writer. So for a period of 5 years, she lived the life of a starving artist while working on a play called Up Your Ass. The play featured Bongi Perez, a wisecracking sex worker and panhandler who was an obvious stand-in character for Valerie. The play is made up of a series of profane,
I wanna read this. It's probably so good.
cultural vignettes, the kind of which would have fit neatly in the pages of Robert Crumb's Underground Comics. Valerie created a colorful cast of characters based on people she encountered in New York City. Drag queens, religious fanatics, career girls, and misogynistic Johns. In one scene, an infanticide leads to a baby's body being discarded in a bush. In another, Valerie's stand-in, Bongi Perez, coolly tells a John that she never takes men back to her apartment, right before finishing him off in an alley for $25. The play meant the world to Valerie. For years, she obsessed over it, refining it until perfection. From 1960 until 1967, she survived by waitressing, begging, and by sex work. She bummed cigarettes, ate unfinished food off of other people's plates, and when she couldn't afford $12 a week for rent, she'd sleep on rooftops, or pester people to let her stay with them, even people she hated. In 1965, Valerie copyrighted her play Up Your Ass and sent it to a rising star named Andy Warhol. Warhol never got the play the first time she sent it to him, but eventually, she'd hand it to him in person, setting off a course of events that would lead to her shooting him with a .32 Beretta automatic pistol.
AM best at being upset and unsure. Will partake in shenanigans and OR mischievous behavior such as tomfoolery. Please don't tell Tom
Andy
no.
Warhol,
PM me if
for
you
a
want
man
to
so
fight.
synonymous with the 20th century art
As Max
world,
says, this
he
is
was
the Baron's chat I
extremely
remember.
disliked by it. The art world's
Ronald Casey
insiders
says,
and
I
critics
am HE.
detested Warhol's shallowness. His art
Steinhardt
was
says,
perceived
"Get a
as
room,
empty,
please."
insipid, pedestrian,
You receive
and
altered Snapchat
Warhol
shell.
agreed. If you want to know all
You
about
receive
Andy
light
Warhol,
letter.
just look at the surface of my paintings and films and me. And there I am. There's nothing behind it. Although Andy Warhol never actually said that, it was made up by a journalist named Gretchen Berg. He adopted the quote as his own. And it was exactly the sort of thing he'd
You
love to
receive
say to
leather
journalists.
scraps.
Just like the time when he was asked why he painted money, and he said, one lady friend of mine asked me, what do you love most? I said money. And that's how I started painting money. His name at birth was Andy Warhol. His parents were working-class immigrants from the Carpathian Mountains, where the plot of Dracula happens to be set. He grew up in a slum in Pittsburgh. Every day for lunch, while his dad was off working in the coal mines, his mother would make him Campbell's soup. In 1949, he arrived in New York City at 21 years old. He was penniless, but by the time he died, his estate was worth $220 million. When his first client incorrectly credited him as Andy Warhol, he decided that he liked it better than his actual name, Warhola, so he dropped the A. He was a commercial artist through and through. He spent his 20s drawing shoes for advertisements, and it made him rich. Shoes and feet continued to be a theme in his work, not surprising considering that he was a foot and shoe fetishist. In the 1950s, he was the opposite of cool. He was gangly, pale, with blotchy skin. He was balding, awkward, and deeply insecure of his bulbous nose, which he tried to have shaved down. By 25 years old, he was making $50,000 a year, around $650,000 today. But he was still a virgin who lived with his mother. Well, to be fair to Andy Warhol, his mother lived with him. One night she arrived and announced that she'd left Pennsylvania for good to, quote, come live with my Andy. He said that she could stay, but just until he got a burglar alarm. Later, she sold off their family home and told him that she'd stay until he found a nice young woman. Of course, Andy Warhol was gay, so she remained living with him until she died in 1972. Although he was doing tremendously well as a commercial artist, Andy Warhol was plagued by stinging rejections from peers in the art world. A New York socialite described Andy Warhol as the most colossal creep I have ever seen in my life. When Warhol tried to befriend the American novelist Truman Capote, Capote wanted nothing to do with him. He's even told by Capote's mother to leave him alone. Afterwards, Warhol prepared his first solo art show called 15 Drawings, based on the writings of Truman Capote. And he invited Capote, who never showed up. Although the two eventually became friends, Capote said of Warhol, he used to stand outside of my house, just stand there all day, waiting for me to come out.
Oh, I was wondering where Chuck Palahniuk got the stand outside the house thing for Fight Club.
To become a friend of mine, wanted to speak to me, to talk to me. He nearly drove me crazy. There are so many stories of Warhol taking on horrible rejections that it's hard not to feel sorry for the guy. The Museum of Modern Art wouldn't accept his artwork, even when he tried to give it away to them for free. When he tried to introduce himself to the artists Jasper Johns and Robert Rauschenberg, they literally turned their backs towards him. Later he asked a mutual friend why they didn't like him, and he was told it was because he was a commercial artist and too swish, meaning too gay. Jasper Johns and Robert Rauschenberg were gay lovers, so the idea that they didn't like Warhol for being too swish was laughably ironic. But it was the late 1950s, and they were both abstract expressionists. You know, the drippy Jackson Pollock type paintings where a guy threw a bucket of paint at a canvas and called it art? Yeah, that. And abstract expressionists were tough guys who drank and got into fistfights. They were all Hemingway types. Even the gay ones were too straight to be swish. The fact that Warhol was too swish or too commercial for the art world of the late 1950s would actually go on to benefit him during the 1960s. Because by 1962, abstract expressionism was dead, and pop art was in. Warhol finally broke into the art world with paintings of advertisements for nose jobs, wigs, and tomato soup. Warhol wrote in his memoir, pop artists did images that anybody walking down Broadway could recognize in a split second. Comics, picnic tables, men's trousers, celebrities, show curtains, refrigerators, Coke bottles. All of the great modern things that abstract expressionists tried so hard not to notice at all. Andy Warhol became a rising star in the art world, and eventually, an icon signifying the very concept of fame. Along the way, he collected a ragtag group of Greenwich Village rent boys, vagabonds, cross-dressers, and speed addicts who he called his superstars. He purchased the loft and had it painted silver, and he named it the Silver Factory. It was a factory because there his assistants and him churned out paintings, designs, and films daily with industrial efficiency, aided by large doses of speed. It was also called the Silver Factory, as in the silver screen.
I love
Warhol
speed.
loved the classic Hollywood era.
It's a great drug.
And replicated it with his own independent film scene. And it was during this time while
Sonic, you saved my life. The Pixies saved my life.
Leather scraps.
I really like Radiohead.
was making films that he first met the woman who would try and kill him, Valerie Solanas. Critical thinking in today's divisive world has become more important than ever, and it has become crucial to seek out impartial narratives and look deeper into the evidence behind them. That's why I'm happy to work with Ground News as today's sponsor. Their app and website gathers the world's news in one place, so you can explore how different media outlets with unique biases cover the same story. I chose them as this channel's first ever sponsor because I appreciate what they're doing to make the news media landscape more transparent. I recommend checking out Ground News' Blind Spot feed. It helps you easily escape your echo chamber and find important stories circulating on different political sides, like this article about controversial fake Picasso paintings prompting a gender war on an Australian gallery. The artist created a women's-only area to highlight women's historical exclusion from male-dominated spaces. Ground News found...
You receive item.
Okay, so the raptor horns didn't work so well, but that's all right.
Now let's try it.
No one got rich on their first try.
Quest
And besides,
accepted. Smart
I think I
drinks.
found something that'll work even better in my
Bob
smart
Misery
drinks.
says, ugh.
There is
That's
a
terrible.
substance called
You
whaling
receive
essence.
small lustrous pearl.
And I think it is
Yes,
the
I got
cause
another
of the
pearl.
strange plants and animals in the barrens. Get me some and I'll try it in my drink. I heard the essence gathers in ectoplasmic creatures in the whaling caverns to the west. Hunt those creatures and gather the essence.
Okay, then we fly back. Oh, I should check my mailbox, but I'll fly back to the Barrens first. Or no, I guess maybe I might need a bank. Let's see if there's fishing spots. Oh, there is. Oh, good. Usually there is, unless somebody else has hit it. So... I love hardcore. It has brought WoW back for me. I love WoW hardcore. I think it's great.
Found 34 sources covering this, with barely any reporting coming from conservative outlets. They also calculated that 60% of these outlets are highly credible, helping me instantly find reliable information. And from there I can compare the world's reactions to the stunt. Here's The Guardian leading with, "How childish and unprofessional this was," while the conversation seems to think, "This saga is one of the most effective pieces of performance art they've ever seen." As you can see, Ground News provides more insight than any single news article ever could. And as someone who tries my very best to tell stories as fairly as possible, I think that their platform perfectly aligns with my channel. So head to ground.news/Oki or scan my QR code on screen. Ground News is independent and subscriber focused, but you can get 40% off the same Vantage plan I use for unlimited access to all of their features. Now back to the video. Valerie Solanas met Andy Warhol through a mutual acquaintance who introduced the pair because he wanted to punish Warhol for annoying him. By the time Valerie walked into the factory scene, it was nearly over. It was the summer of 1967. Warhol spent the previous 4 years churning out experimental films of his factory disciples eating, performing fellatio, or just staring into the camera. He surrounded himself with fame-hungry performers that would do anything to impress him, as well as extremely wealthy young heiresses like Edie Sedgwick, Nico, and Bridget Berlin, who would also do anything to impress him. The factory in those days was full of the world's rejects, but when Valerie Solanas walked in, she quickly learned that she was an outcast, even amongst the outcasts. Paul Morrissey, who is the filmmaker behind Warhol's only watchable movies, openly hated Valerie, calling her a pathetic street person and mentally defective. Warhol superstar Ultraviolet called her a dangerous cookie, a real bitch, after reading excerpts of the Scum Manifesto. Before Warhol met Valerie Solanas, he had gotten some hot water with censors for explicit scenes in his films. So when Valerie Solanas presented her play to him, Up Your Ass, it was so vulgar that he assumed Valerie was an undercover cop trying to entrap him. This was back in the days when someone arrested, so Warhol was cautious. Still, Warhol was...
I assumed that she was an undercover cop. I know that's the kind of thing I would do. That's kind of funny. Oh, that's rich. I think I have to go enchant her now. It's annoying, but I think I kind of do. I'm out of room. I guess I can send this other stuff off. Yeah. Let's go to the bank or the inn.
Valerie. And Valerie quickly did
I love Oki's Weird Stories. He fast became like one of my top 10, definitely.
Something that made her stand out. In response to him saying that he thought she was a lady cop trying to entrap him, she pulled down her pants, exposing her genitalia, and said, "Sure, I'm a cop, and here's my badge." Valerie wanted Warhol to produce her play Up Your Ass, and she also wanted him to adapt the Scum Manifesto into a film. The Scum Manifesto was Valerie's magnum opus.
Come in.
It's very short
Just
and
don't sit too close to the stove. It hasn't exploded yet today, but just to be safe, I think you should...
The manifesto boils down to this. Men are incomplete women because the male gene is an incomplete ex-female gene. Men are emotional cripples, egocentric, dumb, and desperately want to be women. Men are naturally sissies who want to be like their mommies, but daddy beats the urge out of them. Men's desire to be women is so profound that all gender dynamics are structured around it. Men project their real feminine nature onto women. Traits like passivity are actually masculine traits, but men spend their whole lives fighting against their own passivity. In fact, men are obsessed with overcompensating to overcome their feminine nature. War, money, marriage, and the prevention of an automated society are institutions that exist to make men feel manly and to keep women down by convincing women that they are the passive ones instead of men. Basically, society has got it all wrong. When it comes to gendered traits, men are actually women and women are men. Valerie believed that once a man gives into his desire to be female, that he would be fulfilled by achieving continuous diffuse sexual feelings from being a woman. Valerie advocated for the genocide of all men who were not working alongside the Scum movement. She called Scum-friendly men the men's auxiliary of Scum and wrote, "Scum will kill all men who are not in the men's auxiliary of Scum." Quote, men in the men's auxiliary are those men who are working diligently to eliminate themselves. Men who, regardless of their motives, do good. Men who are playing ball with scum. She also wanted to collect all the men in the world and keep them caged up for the purposes of stud farming. If a woman desired a child, she could simply choose from the stud cattle. Valerie made thousands of copies of the manifesto and sold it on the street, charging women $1 and men $2 for a copy. Valerie Solanas sent Warhol some recruiting posters to put in the factory bathroom and asked him if he'd like to join the men's auxiliary. Warhol found Valerie to be funny and bizarre. Valerie was a great talker, he said. Warhol wasn't the type to ever seriously engage with political action like Valerie was. Instead, he enjoyed hearing Valerie rant about things which he would record on tape, and later piss her off by putting her words into his films without payment. Still, Valerie saw Warhol as her golden ticket to fame. So during the summer and fall of 1967, she kept pestering him to produce her play Up Your Ass, or make Scum Manifesto into a movie, or to fund a Scummy Thing event, or to just give her some money. Eventually, Warhol relented and threw her a bone. He said that it might be possible to produce her play at the Groves Press Evergreen Theater, an off-Broadway playhouse known for premiering provocative works. Whether Warhol seriously considered helping her or not, Valerie took Warhol at his word and became incredibly excited about the prospects of her play being produced. Soon, she wrote a letter to her family, promising that something big would materialize regarding her play.
Crazy people always assume, I don't know why it's like this, but it's true. I've seen it enough to know. Crazy people always assume that they can just get, use you like a bus to just get inside and roll away clean. Like they can just enter your life and use you for everything you've got, take everything you own, and just and get you to give them everything you have. And it's just weird. And I've seen this enough to know to stay away from it, to just, to not do it. God damn it. And this happens. They come in they meet you and they're like, oh, you can, and eventually within a couple of weeks, you've met an emotional vampire, and it's like,
built in front of her eyes by a publisher named Maurice Girardia. Maurice was a French publisher and self-described pornographer, specializing in bannable books like Lolita and Naked Lunch. Just like Valerie, Maurice was staying at the Chelsea Hotel. One day at the hotel, he put up a sign recruiting unknown writers to his nascent publishing house, Olympia Press. Valerie Solanas responded to the recruitment ad by sending Maurice her play Up Your Ass. Maurice said that he found the play to be rather clever and wildly amusing. He also said that he found himself surprised to be in agreement with what he understood of her theories. Soon, Maurice presented Valerie with a contract promising her $500 up front and further installments and royalties later on. He would also get first refusal rights on her next 2 books. Valerie signed the contract, but it wasn't very long until she became paranoid about the deal. Valerie started to believe that Maurice was trying to steal her work and that he roped her into a shady deal that gave up her rights to her next 2 books. She took the contract to Andy Warhol, whose lawyer told her that the contract wasn't legally binding and would not hold up in court. According to Warhol's filmmaking collaborator, Paul Morrissey, the contract was a stupid piece of paper with 2 sentences and tiny little letters. But Valerie believed that Warhol's lawyer was lying to her and that he had been paid to do so by Maurice, so she stormed out of his office while calling him a liar and a thief. Valerie was supposed to work on an autobiographical novel for Maurice.
She was a complete nut, basically what happens when society just runs slipshod all over a woman. From her father raping her to, to just her nutty stuff and just her deep hatred of men.
She decided not to do so. Instead, she focused her attention on Andy Warhol, who had already started to lose interest in producing her work. She began to badger him incessantly about producing her play and making Scum into a movie starring her. The final straw came when she somehow got a hold of his home phone number, which freaked him out. Valerie's rage at Andy Warhol grew. She believed that Warhol had promised to help her, to make her famous. She took him at his word, and he lied to her.
Nope, and it's like this, the weird crazies, they write their own story about you. They'll just write their own crazy story about you. It write you in. It's insane.
When she asked him,
it's happened to me twice now, and it's so stupid. It's like,
he said he'd pay her a small fee to be in one of his movies. She did so, but she was never paid for her work.
Warhol was a user.
And he stiffed her, so she never let it go.
Lined up to be used and discarded by him.
I mean, eventually she did shoot him, yeah.
He was well known for it. When a factory regular jumped off a building and died, Warhol famously commented that he wished he was there to film it. He put desperate people in his films who did humiliating things on camera, and he kept all of the profits for himself. He took people's ideas without crediting them, and never came up with any of his own. Valerie complained to Ultraviolet, a Warhol superstar, saying, "Those disgusting pigs, men, they're all leeches. Why do you let him exploit you? Why don't you shove a shit in his chest and place the feathers of your prey within them?"
That took a fair portion of courage, no doubt about it. You feel a little tougher, adventurer? You look tougher now than when you first came here. I guess the Barons is doing its job. Your time with me is over, adventurer. To learn more, you must go to Camp Taurajo to the south and speak with Yorn Skyseer. He will continue your guidance.
She couldn't trust anyone. With all of these circumstances weighing heavily on her mind, she began to consider killing Andy Warhol. It would be an act of vengeance as well as a desperate bid for fame. Shooting Andy Warhol would no doubt get the world talking. 1968 was dubbed
Studying
America's
the
bloodiest
beasts of an area can tell much about the area itself. We shall see what tale these shells tell. Please accept my gratitude for your aid.
Quest accepted.
Perhaps you
Rune
can
Totem.
use these coins. I
Quest
find
accepted. Hamual Rune
that I
Totem.
do not need them.
Tongarun
My
Totem says.
clanmate, Mura Rune Totem, traveled to
Tongarun Totem
Silverpine
says.
so that she might aid
Very
our
strange.
undead allies. Silverpine is an ailing forest, a dying forest, and it was Mura's hope to bring it new life. Perhaps the strange life found here in the Barrens can help her work in Silverpine.
Oh, I dinged.
Take a
Nice.
sample of the shells you gathered. and bring it to
Precision's so
Silverpine.
good.
She is
And
staying at the
then dual wield, hopefully.
With luck, studying
No.
the shell will give her the insight.
It'll be 5 more. It'll be...
Drive active.
The shells you brought me have a taint, one I have
Taint.
never before seen. I am certain
Your
the
butt
water
has
of
a
the
taint I've
oasis
never
is the
before
cause,
seen.
and I can sense the confusion they cause this land. It is as if the land dreams.
I mean, it
and
literally
cannot
does.
awake. The Wailing Caverns must be the source of the taint.
Taint.
Before you go there, speak with Hamul Rune Totem, the Elder Druid.
Taint.
I sent word to him of the happenings in the Barrens. He is wise and can offer you counsel.
Your butt's
You will
wise,
find
and
him
I'll
in
offer your
Thunderbluff
butt
on
counsel.
the Elder Rise.
Right. And just 2 days after Valerie tried to take out Warhol, Saran murdered Robert Kennedy. It was a tumultuous
My
time,
Wind Riders are
and
trained
Valerie
to fly
Solanas
quickly
finally
through the
fit
hot
right
Barrens
into the
air.
current zeitgeist. On June 3rd, 1968, Valerie woke up bright and early. She put on her flat cap, applied
I
makeup,
want to go do a
and
setting in voiceover where it only ever does it once. Play it once for all NPCs. That's it. And sync the dialogue to the Windows. Or no, don't sync the dialogue to the Windows state. But yeah, that's good enough. There. I hate to see it, but I've got to go to the bathroom, and I'll be back in just a couple minutes, guys. I'm terribly sorry. I'm going to run inside the inn and log.
Ron Dude says, B.
Swack Magoo. Okay, 2 jumps from Jita, not bad. We're safe there, and I want to log in 76, but I forgot. But I have to use the restroom, so I will be back here in just a couple of minutes. Sorry. I need my shoes there. Oh, and my phone. Wait. Okay.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to station. Warp drive active. Approaching station. Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted. Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
Okay.
Egg with a Kotex pad, a 32 Beretta automatic, as well as a 22 Colt revolver.
Sorry, I thought I was talking to my aunt. She said something made me so proud I cried. Kind of choked me up a little bit.
Just in case her head had been jammed. She spent the morning visiting people as a final-ditch effort to get her play produced. First, she went to the actor studio looking to speak with Lee Strasberg, but she was quickly ushered away. Then she went to the apartment of Margot Feeden, who at the time was in the Guinness Book of World Records as the youngest ever Broadway producer. Margot invited Valerie in, who she described as having a loud smell, but also as intelligent and articulate. Valerie told Margot all about her work, particularly the Scum Manifesto. When Valerie was finished, she asked Margot if she would produce her play. Margot said no, and in response, Valerie showed her her gun. Margot's baby daughter was sleeping only inches away, so she tried to calm Valerie down. Then Valerie announced that she would shoot Andy Warhol, and that it would make the play famous enough for Margot to want to produce it. Margot tried to explain to Valerie that it wouldn't make her want to produce a play, and that she shouldn't try to kill Andy Warhol. However, Valerie wouldn't listen. When she left Margot's apartment, Margot tried to call the authorities to warn them, but they thought she was making a prank call. One police dispatcher told her, "You can't arrest someone because you believe she's going to kill Andy Warhol." When Valerie arrived at the factory, Andy Warhol was out filling his prescription for Obertrol, an amphetamine he took daily. By this point, Valerie was on Warhol's do not take calls from list, so when she tried to enter the factory, she was quickly sent away. Valerie waited outside for Warhol. While waiting, she took the elevator up to the factory loft around 7 times to see if Warhol had finally arrived.
Wow, can you get a pure amphetamine? I guess if you got money, yeah, if you got money, you can probably get pure amphetamine from the doctors. Why not? Just be like, yo, I like pure amphetamine without the government cut, or sorry, without the drug dealer cut, and I've got money, can you charge me for it? And they're like, yeah, we'll bill insurance, yep. New York was a different place back then. Back then, I doubt amphetamines... I mean, amphetamines were illegal, but they weren't like... You know, but they weren't the way they are now.
With him. He made a comment about her heavy wool coat and how it seemed too hot for the summer weather. He also noticed that she was wearing feminine makeup, an unusual move for Valerie. Inside the factory was Warhol's filmmaking collaborator, Paul Morrissey, an assistant named Fred Hughes, and an art critic named Mario Amaya who was visiting to have a meeting with Warhol. Warhol complimented Valerie's appearance in front of everyone, saying, "Look, doesn't Valerie look good?" Then he explained to her that he was too busy and had a lot of business to attend to, so she should leave. As Warhol spoke on the phone, Valerie must have been acutely aware of the sound of her beating heart, the shallowness of her breath. She probably felt the weight of her 2 guns in her bag. She could sense that her window of opportunity, her time to strike, was drawing to a close. It was now or never. Shoot the greedy, manipulative bastard now, and her creative work would be immortalized forever. Kill Andy Warhol. Before anybody noticed, Valerie pulled the Beretta's hammer back.
Your inventory
and
is
aimed at
full.
Warhol. Then she fired and missed. No one but Valerie knew what the loud bang was. A whip, a sniper, a bomb going off in the Communist Party's office 2 floors above? No one knew. Right before Valerie took her second shot, Warhol noticed her aiming at him and pleaded for his life. The second shot was also a miss. Warhol darted under a desk, and finally Valerie fired a shot that made an impact. The bullet went through the right side of his abdomen and made a mess of his organs before exiting through the left side of his back. Valerie said
Your
that
inventory
Warhol
is
fell
full.
gracefully, like a slow-motion ballet dance of death. She added that he wasn't one to just fall on the floor and die like a normal person. Next, Valerie shot the visiting art critic Mario Amaya. Luckily, it went cleanly through his hip, and he suffered no damage to his organs. In fact, later he was standing up and surprised that he could walk after just being shot. Right before Valerie left the building, she tried to shoot Warhol's assistant, Fred Hughes, who begged her not to kill him, saying, "You can't, I'm innocent. I didn't do anything to you." Fred's words must have worked because Valerie turned around towards the elevator. But then she had a change of mind and turned back around to shoot him. Then, as if by an act of God, her gun jammed, leaving Fred Hughes with his life. "There's the elevator, Valerie.
Wow.
Just take it," Hughes said, and she did. Valerie turned around and exited the building. Technically, Valerie killed Andy Warhol, but only for the 90 seconds or so that he was pronounced legally dead. In the end, he survived, but missing a spleen, which had to be surgically removed. While in and out of delirium, Warhol recalled hearing from a television set that Kennedy was shot. In his confused state, he thought that he was surely dead, and that, quote, "After you die, they rerun things for you, like President Kennedy's assassination." The shooting changed Warhol for the rest of his life. Not only did it kill him decades later due to prolonged complications, it also killed the factory for good. He spent the rest of his life avoiding strangers and terrified of any sudden loud noises.
Yeah.
As for Valerie, she attempted to defend herself in court. Her mental state continued to deteriorate, and eventually she was declared insane and unfit for trial. She spent the next 3 years being transferred from mental hospitals to detention centers and to different prisons. While she was incarcerated, Maurice Giodia published the Scum Manifesto, and as Valerie predicted, her newfound infamy made it an instant success. The manifesto took hold particularly with feminists like T. Grace Atkinson, president of the New York chapter of the National Organization for Women, known as NOW. T. Grace Atkinson called the Scum Manifesto, quote, the most important feminist statement written to date in the English language. She tried to help Valerie through her legal trial, but quickly learned that Valerie punished anybody who treated her well. Despite Valerie's abusiveness towards her, T. Grace Atkinson left her feminist organization NOW partly in defense of Valerie. In her biography about Valerie Solanas, Brianne Foss attributes these events as leading to the birth of radical feminism. However, Valerie didn't consider herself a feminist. She said she thought they were schmucks, and that she was a writer and artist and nothing else. When she was released from prison, Valerie tried to reconnect with Andy Warhol. Since the time she was in prison, she had been writing letters to him, sometimes threatening, other times asking for help, and sometimes even becoming sentimental about their relationship. Even though she shot him, Andy Warhol was surprisingly soft on Valerie. He decided not to press charges on her, and later on...
Yes, it's not her fault that all of her life, he probably had the understanding of it. All of her life, every single person she ever met did her wrong, including him. Now, he probably did it because he was high. You know? But, like... And so he knew that she's just the result, like Eileen Wuornos. She's just the fucking result of the culture. I'm the result of the goddamn culture. I would never do anything crazy like this, but I'm the result of the culture. I hate the men. I hate them. I would press the button in a second. No hesitation. Hate them with all my fucking heart and soul. Hate them. I think they're warmongering piece of shit rapists. Just like her. Yeah. And, yep, and I think it's all weird cross-gender stuff, and it's weird like that. I believe most of the things she believes. It's kind of nuts. But I don't go saying it, and I don't go acting on it, and I don't go try to write things about it or try to make people believe the same thing. I do say it on my stream occasionally of how I dislike white people and I dislike men, you know? And it comes up, and I'm a white male, so it's fucking stupid. But we all knew I had identity issues. It's fucking annoying. It's like my family. I don't know too many people with a family story like me. In my mother's and father's surrounding family, we had 4 of my father's brothers dead from suicide. My mother's brother is dead from suicide. There was of the 8 of them, there were like fucking 6 of them were addicts, and 2 of them drank themselves to death. Between both my mother's and my father's surrounding family, they're like and so they knew more than most what the darkness was in our family. It was kind of insane. And I went through the exact same stuff, same addictions, same problems, same fucking anger things. I get so angry I can blow a goddamn blood vessel, and I think that I'm fairly sure that's how my father, my half-brother, and my cousin, and my nephew all died. I'm fairly sure they're all dead. And then they all died. Like I'm about to outlive almost all of them except my father. My father made it to 67. And I want to beat him. So, yeah. But all my father ever taught me is what not to do, how not to treat people. When I disappear and I turn the chat off, that's stuff that my father taught me to do. It drives me crazy. That's all stuff that my father taught me to do. Just write people off, disappear, all this other shit. And so I just, and I just, and so I struggle with this stuff. And like Warhol, I understand that like Eileen Wuornos and this lady, I forget her name. It's Valerie Solanas. They were just the result of all the savagery of the men around them. And I'm particularly soft on this, having, you know, like, for instance, all of the women I've ever been with have been raped, and not by me. You know what I'm saying? And, like, many of my friends are dead from suicide. All of my heroes are dead from suicide. Most of the people I know are drug addicts. Not all of them, but a bunch of them. And a bunch of them have outlived that now, and they're, like, kind of on the upwards again. But for a long time, many of my friends were, like, really, like, pretty much career drug addicts, you know? And it just sort of sucks. It sucks to be in the cult of personality like this and have friends like this and like Warhol. I understand that, no, Valerie and honestly Eileen, Valerie and Eileen are just products of their environment. It's nature and nurture. They weren't nurtured. And so their lives are understandable.
He even refused to attend one of her trials, which led...
Yeah, like, you know, and he was like, yeah, I will not prosecute this woman for being crazy. No. His friends wouldn't have liked him if he did, you know. I wouldn't do it either. I would not prosecute this poor woman for being fucking crazy. She is just what we made of her. That's it.
Her getting a lighter sentence.
And also, it helps when all of your fucking friends are either certified geniuses or certified basket cases, one or the other. All of my friends are certified genius, full-blown Mensa, or certified crazy, one or the other. Like some of my friends are in the asylum. Like I don't know. Like I just, you know, I'm sorry, but I had a lot of friends like him, kind of, and so I have a lot of sympathy to the people who are just a product of their environment, like Eileen.
Out on bail in
We did Eileen Warnos recently, looking at, like, you know, female criminals and stuff, and this lady, she was just as crazy for different reasons, but no, I'm sorry, she was just as crazy for the same reasons. They grew up in entirely different ways and entirely different things, and one could say Valerie was even kind of cheek. One could say Eileen was even kind of cheek at some points in her life, but I mean, like, overall, these were really crazy people who had basically declared war on humanity. Like, Eileen just started killing men outright. And I would say Valerie pretty much did the same.
To call Warhol obsessively, asking him to help her career, the Scum Manifesto.
Yeah, and the problem is Valerie knows, like all my friends know, that I'm the only one with any sympathy. I'm the only one who understands their situation, usually. I'm the only one who won't write them off as worthless people. I understand that they're products of their environment. I have kind of a Jesus Christ pose when it comes to this. Like, I understand that they you know, that they had rough lives, and I am sympathetic to that point when they make it. I'm sympathetic to it. The bleeding heart liberals always are. If your life is nothing but rape and torture and poverty and bullshit and incest and stuff, like Eileen and Valerie, like, you know, I tend to kind of understand when they just kind of explode. They bottle up and explode. Like Elliot Smith said, you know. And, you know, so I tend to understand it, and he did too. Like, even during the trial, even when they wronged, like, okay, like, I had a girl, she filed a false assault charge. She was too high to show up to the goddamn court date. And then, like, you know, and then eventually we had to get her to write a fucking affidavit and have her drop the case. It was insane. Because I was like, I did not harm you. And she was like, yeah, you didn't harm me. And I was also like, you're my best friend, right? And I told her, and I was like, I'm your best friend, and you know I did not harm you. I bumped you out that door with my belly with the least amount of force probably any man's ever given you. And she was like, yeah, I didn't. And she was like, if I fell, it's because I lost my balance. It wasn't because you put any force into it. I was like, yep. And that sucked. It sucked showing up at the court date so angry with her that you want to kill her, but understanding that she's so high and so crazy and so stupid that she just did whatever came to her mind at the moment. You're kind of sympathetic to their fucking problems, you know? Xandozan.
Your determination alone is not enough to overcome the obstacles that lay ahead of us. Speak with
Yeah, you want
Zandozan
me
to
to pick
begin
locks,
your
do
training
you?
as an operative of the
Ratchet,
Shattered Hand.
Shattered Hand.
It is
so,
only when you have mastered the practices of stealth and thievery
One gold,
that
12.
you
See,
may
I
take
knew
the
it. I had to
next
send a
step
gold too.
towards your destiny.
You have learned a new ability, Ambush, rank 1.
Ambush.
Feint.
You have learned a new ability,
Zandozan has
Feint,
seen
rank
it.
1.
Yes, the day
You have
comes.
learned a new ability,
Thrall's
Gouge,
death.
rank 2.
The dagger in his back,
You have
poison
learned a new
seeping
ability,
through to
Pick
his
Lock.
every vein.
Feint.
Zandozan has said too much.
Pick
Adventurer. Zandozan has a
Gouge
task
two.
for Adventurer.
Ambush.
Adventurer must travel
Gouge
to
doesn't ever
Ratchet
get
east of the
better, does it?
crossroads and speak with Renix the Wretched. Go!
And so when you see that they're the products of, like when she filed this false assault charge, I went to the court day for it, and she wasn't there, and the judge is like, this is a waste of fucking time, and I was like, I did not harm this woman, and he was like, yeah, the police report would not indicate that you did, and I was like, yeah, no, I didn't. He was like, I'm gonna drop this case, and I was like, thank you, and he was like, yep, when they're too high or too whatever to show up to the court case, we don't make them do this. He was like, you didn't harm her, and I was like, no sir, I did not lay a finger on her. And he was like, yeah, the police corroborate the same, and so we're going to let you go on this one. And I was like, nice. And they just dismissed. That was the 7th one. That was the 7th false assault charge that they have filed against me. All of them felonies. All of them they dropped. It was just bullshit. All these fucking people that I knew would just fight, like store security filed assault charges on me twice. They were both false charges. They were both dropped. It's just insane. Like people just file assault charges on me. They see that I'm huge, and they see that I'm like intimidating, and they just think, oh, it's a bully. I'm just gonna file an assault charge. I don't know what the fuck it is. She thought the same thing, I think. And it just drove me crazy. And this caused a terrible rift between me and the system. I would have blown up their fucking court building. I don't care. And eventually I just had to do it all. I had to do it all with them, get every last fucking charge dropped, all that bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Not convicted, you know? It was just stupid. I had to fight all of it, you know? Fucking so dumb. And so I never spoke to her again, you know? That was my friend. She was raped and left for dead naked in a dumpster in Littleton, Colorado by a Littleton police officer. I even know his name. And, like, I know that she was just a product of that. Like Andy knows that Valerie was just a product of her father going into her room when she was 6 years old. You know, Andy's not dumb. Andy knows exactly what made Valerie exactly like this. You know, I'm not dumb either. I'm not so stupid as to not know the hardships people don't speak of. You know, and what it might turn them into. And almost everybody I ever met is like that. You know.
So. And to get her on the Johnny Carson.
I've met some decent people in my lifetime who don't let this stuff take over their lives and become shadows of their fucking shit, you know? Shadows of the Empire, essentially. But like my mother, she's one that never let any shadows really touch her life, I would say. She just never let any shadows or problems do it. If she didn't like something, she just got away from it, never really put up with it. The minute my father was abusive, she ended the relationship, and it was just, you know... She was good about that. I hung around past when I should have because I believe in the greater good in people. I'm a greater fool. I believe the value of people is whatever I assign to it, you know?
Again, if you didn't comply.
Take each person on a case-by-case basis and assign value to them as I meet them. And that's much easier to do, and people like Valerie will gravitate to me because... You know, they understand that I'm not judging them just based off what I've heard about them. I'm keeping a case by case basis, and as long as you don't fuck me, we're probably good. You know, as long as you don't fuck me over, we're probably good. As long as you don't, a better way to say it would be is just don't cross me, and I don't give a flying fuck what you've done with your little dirty monkey life. Everybody has dirty monkey lives. Everybody. Valerie is not unique. Everybody's like Valerie.
Quote, went mad on limousine rides around town to evade her. He reported her to the district attorney.
Don't believe me? Look at the nut that just tried to get Trump for the second time. Everybody has lives like Valerie. We try to pretend that they don't. But no, the Proud Boys do exist, and Valerie's do exist, and fucking, you know, Eileen Warnos exist, and this stuff exists. And we have people that write manifestos and try to kill 300 women. We have people that do this shit. We have really crazy fucking people on this planet. We absolutely do. We have serial killers roaming the earth. We have fucking problems. We do. too. We got problems, but I just try to take each person on a case-by-case basis, and I just assume that they're all sick monkeys, and if you give them a chance, they'll heal. That's just how I am. Maybe a few of them, like her, are beyond redemption, but overall, I still sort of believe in redemption almost even too. And I'm sure Andy Warhol probably believed in all of this too if he was smart, you know, because that's the humanism of humanism. That is the humanism of humans. They're flawed, terrible fucking creatures. They get up to terrible things like rape and robbing each other and murder and smashing each other's with chairs in the middle of elections. Election chair smash, right? Wait, let's go look at the election chair smash. Oh my God, this was bad. This happened like 3 days ago. Election chair smash. The election chair smash is actually so funny. The election chair smash. What? Oh my God. Oh my God. It's 7 seconds, right? Oh, yeah, it's 7 seconds in or something. We have the chair smash. Oh my God. Go to commercials, please. Yep. What? He just straight up tried to kill him in the middle of the fucking sea. We got problems. Pieces of shit humans are acting like Valerie, and and it's weird because I think these weird, privileged, middle-class white people seem to think that Eileen Wuornos or Valerie are these crazy fucking things that should be like venerated, or not venerated, but like studied and stuff, you know, like in researched and all this stuff because it stands out or whatever. Yeah, the savageness of what they did stands out, and who they did it to, it stands out. But the whole world is like them. The whole world is like this. The whole world is the guy with the chair. The whole world is the whole world is the guy with the chair. Trying to smack right in the middle of the election, fucking right in the middle of it. Right in the middle of the election debate. Right, and he fucking full-blown took a chair to him. This is the human state of affairs. It doesn't matter if they dress like suit dummies and they suck dick and get corrupt and fuck us over all day and do 1% bullshit and all this, or anything like that, right? It doesn't matter what they do. They're still savage little dirty monkeys like this. They are. This is humanity. You must accept it. If you believe that everything is decent. Look at this. Look at the translator. She's like, what? She's like, what? She's trying to fucking, like, she's trying to resist laughing. Yeah, the translator is trying to resist laughing. I love it when girls resist laughing. I think it's one of the funniest things I've ever seen. Women believe themselves to be too disciplined and too classy and too highbrow to break into titters over something hilarious that they see. It's actually something so wonderful about the female gender. It's sexist what I'm saying, but it is true. Women believe themselves to be too classy to laugh at this sort of stuff, but you can see the smile and the smirk and the little titter running across her face as she watches this crazy thing unfold. It's hilarious, and I really love how well she's doing. It's Courage Under Fire. Can you see she's not full-blown laughing? She's like, okay. She's stunned. She's laughing, but she's doing very well at hiding it because she's very aware that there's a camera on her that's broadcasting her to like fucking 10 million people. She's very aware, and I love Courage Under Fire. You're my new heroine. You're my digital heroine. I love you so much. I would pound you up my arm. Oh my God. You're my digital heroine. I love it. You look at this Grace Under Fire. She's not cracking that fucking smile. She will just not laugh at these fucking idiots as they smash each other with chairs in fucking debates. She's not gonna laugh at it, but she's laughing in her soul, but she's not laughing on her face, and I love her for it. I salute you, Miss Translator Lady, or whatever your fucking job is. I salute you. Or is it a sign language lady? I think it's a sign language lady. I support you and love you, sign language lady, for not cracking this smile that all the rest of the international fucking news scene cracked. They phased her out because she couldn't keep her smile off her face. It was like, oh my God. Now let's see it. Let's see her face. Let's see her face pre-chair, and let's see her face after chair, right? She's like, wait, what's going on? Something's going on. You can see it in the recognition in her eye. You can see it. She's watching the candidates so she can understand what they're saying very closely. And she's like, something's going, you're not a man. And she's like doing the whole diss, and she's like, you're not a man. And she's like, oh, I'm not a man? Okay, I'll hit you with a motherfucking chair then. I'm not a man. And she's like, oh, you're not a man. And she's like, you don't have any balls. You see her? She's trying not to laugh. She thinks this is hilarious. And then she's like, what? And she's like, what? She's like, what? She's like, wait, did what I just see happen? Look at our face. It's that recognition moment. The funniest moment of her life. It's probably the funniest moment of her life. It definitely is. And she's seeing this recognition moment. She's trying not to laugh. She's like, did he just hit him with a chair? Oh my god, you fucking crazy person. Why? You almost hit her with it, you fucking crazy person. If you had hit this lady, you'd have beef with me. You understand it? If you hit this lady, you would have beef with me. You understand? Oh my god, do not hit this lady in your crazy fucking descent into fucking violent madness, you piece of shit fascist. Take a chair to your own nuts, you fucking loser. Take a chair to your nuts, you might as well. Your political career is dead. And we're gonna remember the chair smash guy. Oh my god, remember the chair smash guy? Take the chair from him. What a pussy, just punch him. Why does it have to be a chair, you fucking idiot? Just punch him. Just punch him like a real monkey and get down with the violence like you want to. Why are you taking a chair to him? It's like worse. It's like you got a weapon. You fucking pussy. Bruise your hands like a real man, you fucking pussy. Take a chair or two. You fucking cold-cocked him with a fucking chair, you fucking pussy. You fucking pussy. See, these are the real men that we know. I wonder why I hate men. Jesus Christ. You cold-cocked him with a chair. I'm never going to trust anybody with a chair ever again after you. Oh my god. I'm just going to suspect that any monkey can smash me with a chair any second now. I'm literally going to make that assumption. If we're in a diner, I could assume that I could be smashed and smash like the Smash Axe guy, right? Smash the like button, sub guys, if you like the content or whatever. Smash that like button while I fucking keep my eyes open in the diner to make sure that all the other people at the diner don't smash me with a motherfucking chair now, because I'm just going to assume that any crazy little dirty monkey can just smash me with a chair. Yeah, fucking have a fist fight like a real man, motherfucker, you fucking pussy. I don't even care what side you're on or anything like that. I know a pussy bully when I see one. I love it when men get down to what they really are. It's hilarious. This is what men actually are. They stand around like this, and they wait for something to happen, and they want one to hurt another so they can all cheer. It's so stupid. Alright, we've had enough of Mr. Chair Smash. The Chair Smash was the only notable thing about him.
She was rearrested. However, she continued to send him threatening letters for the rest of his life. By this point, Valerie was convinced that a shadowy organization called the Mob was after her.
Called the Mob.
You are no longer AFK.
It's the pigs. They made fun of this in Disco Elysium. There's this crazy fat, and I didn't write this. They wrote it. There's this crazy fat lady outside in the city when you first break out of the city, sort of, and you find out that a car has. I won't spoil all of it, but you find out that a car has crashed into the only bridge in town, and the bridge is down for 4 days until it's like Monday when the case starts, but the bridge is down until like Wednesday or something like that, which entirely fucks you because you need all this information from other people in the community, but they live across the way, and the bridge is down. And you come to find out later that you're the one who crashed into the bridge when you were drunk. It's kind of funny. It's something that really proves to how really good the writing of Disco Elysium actually was. Or many other cases. I think there's many other cases that can happen too. I don't think it's just you that crashes the car sometimes. It's other people too. But anyways, maybe it is just you. I don't know. I can't remember. I've only played it twice. There's this crazy fat lady who smells like shit, who has like a dumpster garbage dress on, who shows up named the Pigs. And she's got a loudspeaker, and all she talks about is how much she hates the pig dog men, the pigs.
Jailbank yells, seeking plus
And this, I
Smiley
never knew what they were making fun of, but it's this lady who tried. Well, she basically killed Andy Warhol for no good reason, because she was just crazy. And I always wondered what the pigs thing was, and I think it's this whole reference they're making now about how like everybody's like basically a pig dog.
Where Andy Warhol, Maurice Girodia, Howard Hughes, Robert Sarnoff, Mark Sussman from Playboy Enterprises,
Howard Hughes,
and Barney Rosette, publisher of Grove Press.
Oh my
She believed
God.
they were behind all the misfortunes in her life.
I'm sure they were. I'm sure they were. I'm sure they did.
Uterus.
I'm kidding.
Valerie was once again released from prison in June 19.
It's the pigs, and I think Disco actually has made the best tongue-in-cheek commentary about weird, off-the-wall, crazy people like this. It's like you kind of meet them outside town, and they stink like hell because they haven't had a house in a while, and they're screaming something crazy about the pigs or methamphetamine or something, and they've gone totally NPC, Oblivion NPC mode, and they become unhinged cartoon characters. And one of the most powerful tools that you can ever self-develop about yourself is understanding what this person is when you meet them, because sometimes they're well met and they have good clothes and they have money, and sometimes they're like well done and they're like, they're actually like successful and stuff, but it might not change the fact that they might not stink or look crazy, but they still might be this lady or Eileen Wuornos or Smash Axe guy or any of that other stuff. They might be that, they might be that, very well might be, I would say. So just keep wary. I think my stalker's like that, I'm fairly sure. So I just keep wary all the time, and I'm like, sooner or later, they'll just delete themselves with their own stupidity. They always do.
1971, she quickly set about harassing these men.
Yep.
This led to her landing back in a psychiatric hospital in 1972.
How many times have I been to a psychiatric hospital in my lifetime? Let's see. 3 times. And one of them constituted a 2-year stay.
After she threatened an editor with an ice pick.
Almost to the day. I had to count the like towards the last bit of the 2 days. I had been officially kicked out for drinking. I had like literally I had been after being at the madhouse for 2 years. They literally kicked me out for drinking at the end of it, and they were like, "Why are you drinking vodka?" And I was like, "Well, because I'm leaving in 9 days." And they were like, "Yeah, but you can't drink the vodka here." And I was like, "Well, but I don't have a home." And they were like, "Well, but you can't drink here. It's an inpatient, goddamn, like fucking drug addicts, like don't go to jail place. It's like it's an inpatient for addicts and drunks. You can't drink here." And I was like, "Well, yes, I can. My probation is ending in like 8 months, and I have not violated probation even with drinking. I don't believe. I don't think I've done anything wrong." And like I was like, I'm a consenting adult. I'm allowed to drink. I'm not in here for drinking, and I have kicked my habit, and I've thrown clean UAs for 7 years. I do believe that I can drink. I am a 40-some-year-old odd man, and I guess I shouldn't have drank in your facility, and I apologize for doing that, and I feel mortified and terrible. But I didn't hide the bottle, did I? And they were like, "No, you didn't hide the bottle, which is why we aren't kicking you out today." They were like, "We're gonna let you stay here for 9 days, but you are insane. Never come back here." They were like, "Don't come back here." And I was like, "Thank you for rehabilitating me and getting me to quit drugs forever and saving my life." And I wrote them something at the end. They were like, "This is the sweetest thing anybody's ever done for us," and all this. And I was like, "Thank you for saving my life." And they were like, "Why did you drink at the end of it?" And I was like, "Well, because I'm free. I can do anything I want now. I've done 7 years in the darkness that is the system, and I would have blown up their goddamn police buildings for it. I would like the amount of wrongs that they committed against me was enough to make me want to blow up their police building and stuff. And this whole dark period of my life has been 7 years of my life, and it ends today. It ends in 9 days. And then I was like, I couldn't wait. I'm sorry. I've been waiting for 7 years. It's like when you ever seen that movie The Terminal, when Tom Hanks has finally pretty much like landed the woman of his dreams, and he's still living in the terminal, but everybody loves him and everybody's his friend, and he's been there for like 7 years and shit, and his war torn country finally goes to peace, and he doesn't want to leave the terminal basically because his new life is there and all this. And that's what it was like for me. It was like, no, I can sit in the terminal and I can sit in the madhouse and I can drink, because it doesn't matter. The whole reason that I was here is over. The whole reason, all of it is over. I am rehabilitated. I'm healed. I am done. I'm done with the system. I'm done with drugs. I'm done with ever breaking the law again. Like, I'm full blown healed. Like, full blown healed. Like, I never had a drinking problem in the first fucking place. You know what I'm saying? Not really. You know, and they were like, you are the craziest person we have ever dealt with, and we love you. And I was like, yeah, I know. The lady there, she was like hitting on me. It was like that bad. And I was like, you understand you can't date a I mean, I didn't say it, but like I was like hinting at her. I was like, Jesus Christ. One day I told her, I was like, Jesus Christ, you are one of the most beautiful women I have ever met. And I just walked away from her. I just told her, I was like, this impossible like puppy dog love thing that we have going on here is really cute. But I just told her at the end of it, as I was leaving, I was like, Jesus Christ, you are one of the most beautiful fucking women I've ever fucking met. And she was like, okay. And I just was like, bye. And I walked out of the room. I was like, that's it. That's as far as this goes. Because there's no way I'm turning. I am the Devil's Cabana boy. I will turn the therapist in the madhouse into my personal Harlequin. I'm the Joker. I did turn the girl at the madhouse into my personal Harlequin because I was watching the movie The Joker at the time, you know? And I really kind of fancied the idea of having a Harlequin. So I didn't corrupt her, but I pretty much like kept her unavailable emotionally for 18 months or whatever it was, because she believed that I was going to date her or something maybe after I left the madhouse. But no, the city and county of Denver have fucked me forever, and I left the state of Colorado until I was a much older man, because Colorado was like the last place I wanted to be anymore. They basically killed me, and I knew that her and I could never be. So we had this forbidden Joker Harlequin romance in the fucking madhouse. I'm not kidding. She was so smoking fucking hot. She was so beautiful. And she would like call me down for no reason and stuff. And she'd be like, how are you doing? And all of this. And she's like, you're doing so well. You've lost so much weight. And you're like happy. And everybody here likes you. And you're doing better and all this stuff. And I was like, yeah. And she was like, and all this. And she would just like have me sit there in her office and just talk to her. And I was like, this is cute. But we're never going to be Joker Harlequin. But as I did leave her office, the last time I ever made it personal or anything like that, as we were like flirting, I was like, Jesus Christ, you are the most beautiful woman I've seen in a long time. And I just left the room. I didn't even entertain the conversation past that. I was like, Jesus Christ, you are the most beautiful woman I've seen in a long, long time. And I just left. I was like, yeah, I'm not gonna ever entertain this with her ever again. We have this like Joker Harlequin thing going on that just can't, and trust me, wherever I go in life, it ends up being Joker Harlequin like that. I'll corrupt anybody. I don't care. It's something really bad about me. I don't know what it is. I'll convince them that I've gone through something more horrible than them so that they should just follow me. Follow me to safety or something, and I'll Piper them out of being the madhouse lady into like being my fucking Harlequin crazy girl. And I probably could have got her to like basically show up the day after I left the madhouse with a bag of meth and a fucking getaway car to go rob some bank. I bet I probably could have. I have friends like this. I definitely do have people who corrupt me like this, and I have to get the gab. I'll talk them into it. It's nuts, like, you know, and I can just convince them to do it. I'll make them fall in love with me, and then I'll convince them to do something really crazy, you know. That's my whole life. That's what my life has been. And so I just had to stop doing stuff like that. I had to stop acting like a child with my life. I had to stop. I had to stop corrupting Harlequins at the madhouse. I had to stop chasing the perfect 10 Cleopatras that just are so far out of my league. It's not even funny. And when men see me with them, they're like, what? You know, and women too. They're like, what are you doing with the most beautiful woman in the entire city? I don't know. Personality, I guess. And they're like, what are you talking about? You're a crazy you're a crazy druggy burnout. What are you talking about? What personality? I don't know. But it's always worked that way. It's always been like that. I don't know what it is. I'm a crazy druggy burnout, yep. And I'm fat and I'm a loser. But I don't know. I will Piper you into whatever your worst nightmare is. I don't care. I've always been able to do it. I don't know what it is. And I've not always been able to do it. Some people don't like me. Actually, most people don't like me and will not do anything that I tell them to do because they immediately know I'm the Devil's Cabana Boy. My mother the other day, she was like, I just had to get rid of all of my expired drugs, and it was like a whole entire box of opiates and stuff. And I was like, you did? Oh yeah, will you give them to me? Give them to me. Give them to me. Give me the entire box of opiates right now. Give me. I can't make up stories like this. It's true. I was like, right now. I was like looking at her. I was like trying to hypnotize her, and I was like moving my hand, and I was like, give me the entire box of opioids right now. You don't need them. They're expired. I am in a lot of pain. I've been in pain. The humans have been trying to kill me all of my entire life, and I need the box of opiates. I need them. And she was like, stop it. She was like, stop it. I was going to give you, she was like, I can't believe I started believing that I was going to give you the box of opioids. And I was like, give me the box of opioids. And she was like, no. And she was like, I'm not telling you no because I don't love you enough to give you the box of opioids. It's because I don't want to hurt you. And I was like, okay. But I was like, give me the box of opioids. And she was like, you are my son. I'm not going to give you a box of opioids. And I was like, give me the box of opioids. Give it to me. Give it to me. I'll never be your friend again. I won't be your son. I'll never love you again if you don't give me the box of opioids. Give it to me. Give it to me. Give it to me. Don't step on snack. Don't step on snack. Give me the box of opioids, woman. Give me the box of opioids so you're not my family or my friend anymore. Give me the box of opioids. And she was like, no. And I was like, well, can you blame me for trying? And she's like, no, Devil's Cabana Boy. No, I cannot blame you for trying. And that's what they always say. No, Devil's Cabana Boy, I cannot blame you for trying. No. Give me the box of opioids. Come on. Eat the pennies. Come on. Give me the box of opioids. Give it to me. Give it to me. What do you care? Why does it need to go to some pharmacy so they can just destroy it or whatever? Give it to me. It'll be a surcease of all the pain that the humans have given me all of my life. Give me the box of opioids now. And I'll say that to my mother. You begin to understand, you know? Give me the box of opioids. She immediately understood that the box of opioids was probably like more valuable to me than, well, her, you know? It sucks, but it's true. And she was like, oh, I can't stand your reactions to this sort of thing. And I'm like, yeah, I know. I'm pretty much Lana Del Rey. What can I say? I don't know. I'm living my life like Jim Morrison. I had to stop. But I lived my life like Jim Morrison. I'm sorry. I just did. Jack Kerouac on the road. You know. Jim Morrison and mindless self-indulgence, bitch, like Jimmy Urine.
Remarkably, Valerie escaped the mental hospital.
I'm my life with the thrill kill cult, high on methamphetamine with fucking the Dandy Warhols and Andy Warhol. You know what I'm saying? I'm all of it. I'm Velvet Revolver, bitch. I'm fucking Velvet Goldmine. I'm motherfucking Sonic Youth. Like, I'm kind of crazy. I'm sorry. Always have been, always will be. Give me the box of opioids, mother. Give me the box of opioids, mother. Give them to me now. You know? I'm still working on her, sort of. I'm like, you destroyed the box of opioids, didn't you? She was like, yes, I did. I was like, give me the box of opioids, mother. You know, it's kind of crazy. It's like, you know. I remember the last time I tried to do it. I tried to convince this person that I knew, who uses a voice changer, to go get the plans for the zombie server that I play. I was like, go get me the mods. Go get me the list of mods. I was like go sleep with them or whatever the fuck you have to do. Go get me the list of mods so I can make my own zombie server. Go and I won't say who this person is that I'm trying to convince. But it was the last time that I tried to do this. I'm particularly evil. I was like, go take over the zombie server. Go take over the zombie server admin. Dominate them and bring me back the plans, like some kind of crazy general in a war, you know? I literally was like trying to convince my trio partner to go infiltrate the fucking admin of the zombie server that I was on and get him to spill the list of mods to me and get a copy of the server itself. And I intended to just usurp the server from him. Now I can't do this because I'm not an evil person who breaks the law anymore or manipulates people or does anything like that, but I can absolutely convince some other scrub to go do that. And I tried to.
Spazo says, hello.
And yeah, I'm gonna just turn off the TTS. This is just far too much fucking talking.
Says,
yeah, and like I said, and I felt myself being evil. I was like, oh no, I'm spinning somebody up to go into enemy territory. And now I have told you to turn this goddamn TTS off. Turn it off. Nope. Nope. Stop. Yeah, and like, and I felt it immediately. I was like, oh no, here I am. I'm trying to use a girl to go take advantage of a server admin, quote unquote, almost all of this, to get the plans for their server, carbon copy it, and go live with it myself and live on the server like some kind of king and kick everybody the fuck else off it and go steal the plans. And I can feel myself being very evil. I was like, I will, like, if you like, I will be your friend if you go get me the plans, you know. Person, I won't say who I said, but I was like trying to, it's just the evil side of my personality, and ever since I was a child, I pretty much know what I want and how to get it, so then I just go convince whoever the fuck is in my way to get out of my way, you know. And it's in my way that you have a box of opioids and I don't, so I try to convince you to end whatever's in my way, that is the difference between me and the box of opioids, you know. And god damn it, I can't believe she threw away that box of opioids. I love my mother, but it's a constant struggle to love her because she's so dumb. She doesn't understand that she has a gonzo for her son who would love her more if she just gave me the box of drugs. I'm gonzo. I'm fine with a box of drugs. She's not fine with a box of drugs. Whoever she gave the box of drugs to isn't fine with it. If she sent it to the landfill, that's to me war crime levels of goddamn wastefulness. And I just hate her for this sort of stuff. I've always hated her for it. That straight-laced stuff of goody two-shoe bullshit. I've never been goody two-shoe. I'm not a goody two-shoe. I'm not some fucking goober. I don't care about your goody two-shoe piece of shit inclinations. I want the box of drugs. Bring it to me, motherfucker. Bring me the box of drugs right now. I can't believe you didn't give the box of drugs to me. And that's the thoughts in my head as I'm like smiling at her. I'm like, it's okay. You know, but what I'm really thinking is, I can't believe you fucking don't tell me about these things. It's like you're teasing me or something. I can't believe you didn't give me the box of drugs. You're not my family. If you really love me, you would give me the box of fucking drugs, piece of shit. That's seriously what I thought. I didn't say it, but that's what I think. If you really loved me, if you really understood who the fuck I was, if you'd ever spent the time to understood who I was, you would give me the box of drugs. I don't care if you love me and you think that it's a bad thing for me. You're trying to protect me, so you don't give me the box of drugs. That's immaterial to me. I don't care about the box of drugs. It couldn't ever harm me. I'm not like that. You know, it could never harm me. I'm not going to pound 16 pills or whatever. I'm going to do 3 or 4 pills every day for about 11 days or some shit and go through about 40 or 60 or 70 of them or whatever it is. And I'll be totally fine. Give you some of the best goddamn content of my life. But no, they're backstabbing piece of shit humans who throw away boxes of drugs, assuming eternal supply. And this is why I don't really love them, and I don't really love their political parties, and I don't really love their drug wars, and I don't really love them, and I don't really love the bullshit that they make, and I don't love their systems, and I don't love their bullshit, and I don't like the fucking scam of the world that they built. You know, I don't really like them. I don't really like people. I don't want to talk to them in my chat. It's because they throw boxes of drugs away while I'm here. It's just disgusting. Fuck them. If they really love me or value me or cared about me or were real humans at all with real feelings and real considerations of other people around them, they wouldn't stab me in the back and throw the box of drugs away. I value that box of drugs more than any NFL fan has ever fucking valued any Super Bowl win. It's just disgusting. It's disgusting behavior to throw it away, and I kind of do hate them for it. I hate them for doing that sort of shit. Stupid goody two-shoe white bullshit. White bullshit. White bullshit. That box of drugs, do you know what that's worth on the streets? It's like 22 grand or something. Goddamn fucking feckless piece of shit human. And that's my family I'm talking about. Sad but true, you know? That's my family. I don't care if they hear it either. I've always had these opinions. I don't hide them from them. I don't have any, you know, I don't lie or try to be something I'm not, or pretend that I don't value the box of drugs more than them or something. I do. I value the box of drugs more than them. It can bring me something far more amazing. You know, I'm sorry, but it's true. And it's harmful and hurtful to say it. I don't give a flying fuck. Now, I love them and I would die for them, take bullet for them, or give them all my money or anything like that, right? I don't care. You can have the shirt off my back. I love you. I would die for you. If you commanded me to die right now, you're my family. I love you. Okay, I'm dead. You know, it would be like that. It's like that. But I can still dislike them for being piece of shit, feckless, worthless human beings who just don't have any consideration for the other people around them or what they might value or what they might want out of life. And you really, you know, I realize how really unreasonable it is for me to dislike my mother for not giving me a box of opioids. I understand how unreasonable it is, but it doesn't change the feelings. It doesn't change the dislike. It doesn't change the hatred, kind of the hatred of the not her, but the action, the hatred of the action. It's the same bullshit as to why we're in Israel and Palestine right now. It's the disregard of other human beings and what they actually fucking value. She knows how much I value that box of drugs, so she mentions it like she's teasing it to me or something like that. And that's the humans that I know. That's the reason I don't talk to them, don't fuck with them, don't do their chat, don't ever fucking do business with them or fuck around with them or talk to them anymore. Nah, those are the humans that I know. They're worthless now. They don't have any consideration of any of the humans around them. Oops, where am I now? Am I north? Yeah, I'm north. Oh, yeah, I went to go do harpies. I forgot.
By 1979, she was living on the streets in Phoenix, Arizona.
Yep.
She was well known by the police for doing bizarre things such as crowing like a chicken in traffic.
Yep.
In 1985, she was living in San Francisco and supporting herself in a methamphetamine addiction with sex work.
Yep.
On April 25th, 1988, she was found dead in her hotel room. She was kneeling on the floor and facing down on the side of the bed. Her body had been decomposing for at least a week. The cause of death was linked to her heavy smoking habit. She had just turned 52.
Smoking habit.
So that's the story of Valerie Solanas. If you'd like to support this channel, please consider donating to my Patreon.
She just gave out. She just stopped being human anymore. Just gave out. Yeah. I can relate. And you know, it sucks to have these biases and dislike the humans for their carelessness like that. You know, they're just trying to help you. But no, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. I would be a lot happier with the box of opioids. I would be a lot happier, honestly. I'd be a lot happier if you didn't tell me about it. I'd be a lot happier with the box of opioids, honestly. I would. I'm sorry. It's just true. I won't hide it from you. I'm not going to hide from you that I know how to use the drugs and be gonzo, and like most of the fucking 7 billion people on this planet don't. And I will not hide what those things can do for me or what or how powerful they are for me. And I miss them so badly, and and you know what they mean to me. You know what they mean to me. And it's just sickening to me. It's sickening to me that you would just throw it away. You just throw it away, you know. And it's been like that. She's thrown so much of my dope away before. She'll just throw dope away. And I just don't understand that goody two shoe shit. Fuck those goody two shoes. Fuck them. You know. That's my own mother I'm talking about too. Like, honestly, you know, I'm not some fucking goober. I know you guys are obsessed with this idea that I am because I have a good brain. I'm not some fucking goober. I don't fuck around with your fucking moralities and your bullshit around drugs. I don't fuck around with that. I think you're evil. I think your prohibition, your judgment, and throwing those fucking tens of thousands of dollars worth of drugs away is the true evil. And you couldn't ever convince me otherwise. You know what a pill is on the streets? It's like $25. It's insane. It's disgusting. It's like hearing them. They casually mentioned that they had a box of money and that they just threw it off into the landfill. And you're like, please don't tell me these terrible things. I really dislike you when you tell me these terrible, terrible, terrible fucking things. And I know that you think I'm some classy, normal person, but I'm not. I think actually, I really, really think that you're the D-classed, like D-based person, the degenerate person who threw the $22,000 worth of pharmaceutical drugs away to the landfill or whatever. You know, you're the evil person. You know, I'm sorry. I know I'm supposed to think of drugs are evil or whatever, but no, I think your prohibition bullshit is evil, and I think you're the devil's cabana boy with your denying of it and your fucking denial. I think your denial is what killed this country. And the war on drugs, you know, all the same thing.
I've decided to try to post a single video every
couple. So I was like, why do you tell me these things about how you threw an entire box of drugs away? You know that drives me crazy. You know I have certain triggers, and I cannot believe you do such feckless, irresponsible piece of shit things like that. And you're the most classy person I've ever met. Jesus Christ.
In the background,
So let me know what you think of.
And my reality, I try to tell them that I have this reality. Sometimes I try to let them know that I'll never make $1 ever because my job is essentially illegal. It is against terms of service, you know, to sell gold and all this stupid shit. And so like I try to hide this from people, like that I'll never ever make $1 in my lifetime, and that I was constrained to be a digital serf before I was ever 18 years old, you know. And I've lived as a digital serf all of my goddamn life. And I don't care where money comes from, and I don't care what you think about drugs, and I don't care what you do for money, and I don't care. I frankly don't care. I don't care. I just like it's so far out of my life and so far out of possibility now that honestly I would take I value that box of drugs more than my own life. It's insane. It's just like, and I can't believe you just come whispering along and mention offhandedly about how you just throw it away or whatever. I'm like, Jesus Christ, yeah, we can't really wait until you guys are gone. You know, we can't really wait until you're gone. You throw everything away.
Shorter and more frequent videos like these. Shout out to Ryan Probert once again for the fantastic music he composed for this video. And until next time.
Don't throw away boxes of drugs. That's all you need to know now. Don't throw away boxes of drugs, kids. But those drugs are somebody really spent a lot of time doing research and development to make those pills and put them in bottles and get them in bottles and get those bottles to the shelves and out of the shelves into your fucking pocket and out of your pocket and back into your fucking drugs, into your drug cabinet and all this. A lot of people had to work very hard to get those things there, and only a piece of shit baby boomer would ever throw away an entire box of goddamn pharmaceutical opioids. Only a worthless piece of shit baby boomer would ever treat the world like that. I'm sorry. When it's literally $22,000 on the streets or something like that. And hold on, let's go listen to the baby boomer complain about poverty some more. You know? Hold on. And yeah, your morality, it's that goody two-shoe morality where you're telling yourself that you're doing something for the world. But I mean, no, you just threw away $22,000 worth of pharmaceuticals. That's not doing anything for the fucking world except your own conscience. That's it. You're the only person that you serve with that. You know? I've heard so many crazy, shitty stories like this too. Like six pounds of dope in the manifold. Have I ever told you about the 6 pounds of dope in the manifold story? I have, and I don't want to tell it right now. But yeah, I was going to break into a fucking I was gonna break into a fucking an impound lot because we knew that there was 6 pounds of dope in the manifold of my fucking meth cook's car. You know, I try to pretend that I'm not this person, but I am. And so I wrote ops on how we were going to get that into that manifold, you know, get to that manifold. I wrote ops and I recruited people and I built an op of like 8 people to cut chain link fence and get into that fucking dope and get it out of there, you know. And at that point I was like, nope, I am becoming Heisenberg. I can't do this anymore. I can't, you know, I'm just not doing this with these idiots anymore. The crazy powder has made me crazy, you know.
P. Diddy has been
But boy, I thought about that 6 pounds of dope for like 5 weeks. It was on my mind for like 24/7. It was like, how do we get the dope out of the manifold? How do we get the dope out of the manifold? How do we get into the impound lot? How do we rob the police? How do we get into that? How do we get to the 6 pounds of dope in the manifold? The fresh cook is sitting in the manifold, and we need it. We need it now. And for 5 weeks, I sat there and crunched numbers and flipped ideas with my friends. And like my friend, he offered me $3,000 to do it. He was like, if you can manage it, fucking. If you can manage it, I'll pay you $3,000. And I was like, yeah, I mean, it's not just the $3,000 I want. Yeah. But no, don't rob the impound. That's how idiot criminals get shot, you know. Rare Elite Sister Rat Talon. I need to turn the sound on, but the TTS was really annoying. P. Diddy has finally been arrested. Let's listen to this because it's current, yeah. Thank you, Charlie, for the excellent content from the stream. I'd like to sub to your channel.
This is a moment for celebration. For so long, P. Diddy has gotten away with heinous crimes that tons of people knew about. From car bombs to assaults to sex crimes.
To like screwing up Kid Cudi. That's my favorite rapper almost.
To catch every possible crime like a Pokemon. He has terrorized the music
Serena
industry for
Bloodfeather
and ruined so many lives. In recent times, the evidence against him to support all of the allegations that have existed for decades has been overwhelming and led to a large investigation.
I can't run out of here, so I'm going to leave.
Now it looks like we're reaching the climactic finale with him being arrested. When this story broke last night, the indictment was sealed, but this morning they said, open the gates. Let them see. To sum it up, he has been charged with sex trafficking by force, transportation to engage in prostitution, and racketeering conspiracy, alleging he ran an enterprise that engaged in sex trafficking, forced labor,
oh, sex trafficking. P. Diddy, good job. Fuck Bad Boy. Fuck Bad Boy, and the fucking fuck you for killing Tupac, you fucking piece of shit. Tupac was saving rap. You killed rap. Not only did you fucking like kill Bad Boy, but you also killed Tupac and you killed rap. Piece of shit.
Aggro.
I think these trees are safe, like fairly safe. Oh no, she ran. Ah.
You receive loot. Lupin slippers of the monkey.
Look, they're dropping lots of greens. Oh, I got my boots. Yes, I got boots. Lupine boots. Yeah, that's a good upgrade. Sweet.
Tazarez
2 more
says,
agi.
Okay, off to watch my daughter's first soccer game. Tie again for mass INV LOL Kath y'all on the flip side. Tazarez says, be safe out there.
Aggro.
Skittle says,
Boomers are like trying to be nice to each other after all the toxicity. It's hilarious. The boomers my age, they're like trying to be so nice to each other. They're like, have a nice day, be safe out there and all this shit. But honestly, that's not what's in their hearts at all. You can tell. In their hearts, they're like sardonic, fucking sarcastic people. They really don't like each other most of the time. But they try to act like they're super positive like me because I taught them this. I taught them all this. I started dropping the heart sign and started being positive wherever I go. And I taught them all this. It's so stupid. They weren't like this till I did it. God damn it. I used to put the heart sign right on my fucking stream. Like literally, like I put the heart sign in the chat for the last like 7 years or something like that. Ask Cloud Candy. Ask anybody. I've been pushing that love for a long time.
Witchwing Rogue Feather attempts to run away in fear. You receive loot. Ruffled Feather. You receive loot.
I think that guy just left because of how nice they are being to each other, because it doesn't really read with the Call of Duty Activision lobby that we're in, you know? This guild, it's a Call of Duty Activision lobby. Don't get it twisted. A lot more talking than the Call of Duty Activision lobby, actually.
Witchwing Rogue Feather attempts to run away in fear.
But it is a Call of Duty Activision lobby. It definitely is. Alright, we're gonna get our harpies done here, I guess. Yeah, I just said 137 grand to my main, and that's a good feeling. Go take care of that. I think I'm wherever I'm supposed to be in EvE, and we bank another 30 million. Industry mats. No. Industry mats. Industry mats. Okay, we're going back out. You don't have a destination. Locations, personal assets of trait in... I don't know. Let's do... Torier, yeah. And then we'll go back at waypoint. Undock. I am trying to get on my main to loot her box. Gotta kill harpies without dying on rogue, which is kind of hard. Gotta watch harpies when you're on rogue because most of them are casters and they just sit there flying,
your auction of light feather soul,
shooting at you.
Aggro.
Oh, did I ding and not spend the point? No, I did.
Witchwing Harpy attempts to run
Let's
away.
learn about P. Diddy. Fuck P. Diddy.
You receive loot. Severed talent.
Abused, threatened, and coerced women and others around him to fulfill his sexual desires, protect his reputation, and conceal his conduct from 2008 till now. The allegations mirror 11 civil complaints filed against him since 2023. Really, that's only the tip of the iceberg. When
So
it comes to
you
the
were
P.
running
Diddy war.
an Andrew Tate sex ring for 30 years. You fucked up Kid Cudi. You fucked up and killed Tupac. You destroyed hip hop. You destroyed rap. You fucking you brought bougie to the culture. Fucking remember, it's all about the Benjamins, baby. And then we got all the stupid bougie bullshit after that. Jesus Christ, dude. What is a kid like? What does a rap kid from the ghetto have to do with bouginess?
Horrible menace that has been around for decades. Also mentioned is that he had thousands of bottles of lube and baby oil that were seized from his home during those raids.
Why?
As part of his freak-off
He likes
supplies.
butt rape.
He also had tons of narcotics as well. So Diddy became infamous for his freak-off parties that would go on for days, where he'd force attendees to not only stay there and perform non-consensual sex acts in front of him, but he would just be pumping them full of drugs.
Look,
And
every
he would
single
be
one's dropping a
watching while
green.
furiously masturbating like a coked-out goblin. So in relation to drug charges, he'd allegedly distribute cocaine, oxy, Xanax, GHB, MDMA, and ketamine.
Sounds fun.
I'm going to be very brave here for a moment and say, that's not alleged. That is confirmed. The amount of drugs this guy had.
I had a friend who was like this. He's dead, so I can say his name. My friend JP was like this, and we found out recently that JP did die. But my friend JP, he introduced me to GHB, microdots, psilocybin. He didn't introduce me to shrooms, but he was my dealer. And all these other crazy street drugs and stuff, Xanax and all this other stuff, and we knew that JP wouldn't be with us very long, and I think he did actually live to be about 35, but no, we lost him about the age when he turned 35. It's kind of sad. Heroin
instead of candy. The amount of freaky shit they found in his house must have been like entering a separate dimension. Thousands of bottles of lube, like so much lube to make Bad Dragon's headquarters jealous. Thousands of bottles of baby oil, more than Johnson & Johnson's warehouse probably. I wouldn't be surprised if they found the goddamn death note among those freak-off supplies. His legal team seems very optimistic that things are going to go well for P. Diddy. They even released a statement saying, "We are disappointed with the decision to pursue what we believe is an unjust prosecution of Mr. Combs by the U.S. Attorney's Office." Hi, Mark.
You received
the fuck is wrong with you, man? Are you serious? Like, I understand it's your job. I get that, but holy cannoli, an unjust prosecution, huh? So what if there's overwhelming evidence to support the decades worth of allegations against Mr. Combs here? And so what if there's that video of him brutally beating Cassie in that hotel? He said he's sorry. Did we forget about that? He apologized. Let's all move on from it. Racketeering? You're gonna try and come after him for racketeering? Mr. Combs' brain is so rotted from years of drug abuse, he can't even spell racketeering, much less engage in it. This is a load of hooey. It's unjust. A miscarriage of justice, even. He goes on to glaze him a little bit, sucking on his cock, calling him a music icon, self-made entrepreneur, loving family man, proven philanthropist. He then has the gall to say he's imperfect but not a criminal. And then says he's been nothing but cooperative with this investigation, and he voluntarily relocated to New York last week in anticipation of these charges. Please reverse your judgment until you have all the facts. These are the acts of an innocent man with nothing to hide, and he looks forward to clearing his name in court. See, that's the thing, Mark. People have all the facts because there's so much evidence with the facts. There is video evidence to support the facts. What do you mean? Again, I know he's just doing his job, but that shit is so shameless and foul. I don't know how you sleep at night when you have to defend someone that is obviously guilty like P. Diddy. It's fucking wild.
Criminals deserve defenses.
31 minutes ago.
The lawyer has nothing to do with it. Who cares? He's just giving good defense. As he was trained.
They also had that video drop of him beating the shit out of her recently.
Oh, really?
And then he released the apology video about it.
Why do you beat women,
I understand it's their job to defend their clients, but it's always just so crazy. A statement from Mr. Combs' legal team.
The lawyer has nothing to do with it. It's ignorant to say it is.
Noted that he had been cooperative with the investigation.
Who cares if criminals have defenses? Lawyers need work. It's good when lawyers get work and they're not lying when they defend their client or do press releases and stuff. Like, yeah, they're scummy, yeah, but to judge them, no, these are good, hardworking men and women or whatever, who are just providing a defense to anybody. It doesn't matter. And the criminal defense lawyer has nothing to do with it. The criminal defense lawyer is not the bad actor. The criminal defense lawyer is an upstanding member of their community generally. Not always, but generally. You can hate them and call them scummy. That's okay. But like judging them, I don't know. They're good people with jobs. They're just doing their job. Criminals need defense too, or a system would fall apart. Never like this realm of reasoning. I'm very pro criminal defense lawyers. Fuck that. It's good shit. Without them, I'd be in jail.
Voluntarily relocated to New York last week in anticipation of these charges.
You create light letter.
We're so disappointed that they're actually trying to hold him accountable. Like, we're really upset about that, actually. Yeah, there's overwhelming evidence to all of these awful, awful crimes that he's committed, including that video of him beating the shit out of the Cassie. But like, why would you? Like, I thought this was a free country. Why would you try and like punish him for that? I'm assuming the apology video didn't work. We don't know yet. We don't know. Maybe they'll send the apology video out
I gotta run
to the powers that be, and they'll be like, "Wow, he is reformed. This is a good man. We can't punish him for... He's changed. He has changed so much. Look at this apology video and how sincere it is. We're dropping the charges."
Aggro. Moving to start. Warp drive active.
But I make no excuses. My behavior on that video is inexcusable.
Frosted Flame says, CA2 brings off a rare bandit gloves and falls a mystic spell.
For my actions in that video.
You receive loot. Light leathers 2. Now
It takes
Rocklands and Barrens.
It's brutal.
Hell yeah.
It takes a big man like Puff Daddy to take full responsibility after saying he's gonna make no excuses and immediately starting the video with an excuse about hitting fucking rock bottom or whatever. Oh, man.
Aggro.
A beacon of strength. Really. It took a lot of courage for that.
Yeah, there's a few rares in the Barrens that drop good stuff.
I respect 50 Cent being a massive hater and selling the documentary Did He Do It? 50 Cent has been,
attempts to run away in fear.
I would say an elite level hater of P. Diddy for quite a while. I don't remember how long ago this was, but there's a comment he left on an Instagram post of Diddy's that I think about from time to time and giggle on.
Skittle says, kill
It
tech
was
believer earlier
P.
dropped
Diddy
some nice
riding
caster
a
pants.
bike, and 50 Cent left a comment under it saying, "We all know there's no seat on that bike." Oh, shit. I first read that. Earlier this evening, federal agents arrested Sean.
Caravan.
Worst part of self-found is not being able to send drops to guildies. Sad face.
Autopilot jumping.
Ornery Plane Strider attempts to run away in fear.
On Combs, based on a sealed indictment filed by the SDNY. United States Attorney for the Southern District of New York, Damian Williams, said in a statement, "We expect to move to unseal the indictment in the morning, and we'll have more to say at that time." Federal grand jury in Manhattan returned an indictment against Combs, which set in motion his arrest. The charges remain sealed. Oh, keeping him a mystery right now. A little loot box of charges here for him. What was the name of his camp for kids? Where you like brainwash kids and shit? Was it Puff Daddy Pastry Parade or something? Puff Daddy Love Care?
Oh no.
Puffy Flavor Camp, that's what it was.
Oh no.
Puffy Flavor Camp.
Puffy Flavor
Basically like
Camp.
abducted kids. That's exaggeratory. He didn't like abduct them himself, but that shit was foul.
Ruined leather scraps.
The 48 Hours with Justin. Oh yeah. The P. Diddy clip with Puffy Flavor Camp. He was like, I don't remember the whole. I'll pull up the clip, I guess, in a second. But there's a clip where there's an interview, and he's like, no. Justin's got 48 hours of puff. He's got 48 puffy hours. No interruption. It'll be good for him. Let's see, you fucking diddler. In plain sight. Right under everyone's nose for years. Finally.
Rocket Thing says, I imagine that's right.
On all of the shit. Much like Epstein, it feels like everyone knew he was on some heinous shit that no one came forward because he saw influential. But that was one of the big things. If I remember correctly, he had like, a lot of dirt on everyone for throwing his TV parties. So I think that was a big piece of leverage for him in keeping people quiet for so long. But yeah, like tons of people knew all about Diddy and the trip.
Oh no! Ah!
Beautiful bastards! Welcome back to Philip Franco Show, your daily dive into the news, and we have a wild one today. So you just hit that like button and let's jump into it.
Hey, Philip Franco! Yay!
BBC Flute, medium leather.
Did he do it? That is what more and more people are asking after P. Diddy has now officially been charged with sex trafficking. Because as you might have seen, he got arrested last night in New York, and this morning we learned that he's now facing 3 charges. Because on top of sex trafficking, he was also slapped with racketeering and transportation to engage in prostitution. In the indictment that was unsealed this morning, it says that the allegations go back to around 2009, claiming that he, quote, abused, threatened, and coerced women and others around him to fulfill his sexual desires, protect his reputation, and conceal his conduct. And in order to do all this, it claims that he created a criminal enterprise whose members and employees engaged in sex crimes, forced labor, kidnapping, arson, bribery, and obstruction of justice. Also, in terms of the abuse he carried out, the indictment says he was persistent at times verbal, emotional, physical, and sexual. Also accusing Diddy of manipulating women to participate in highly orchestrated performances of sexual activity with male commercial sex workers, and claiming that he ensured their participation by giving them narcotics, controlling their careers, leveraging financial support, and using intimidation and violence. The indictment also later went on to say that these sexual performances were often referred to as freak-offs, and claiming that Diddy directed them and explaining that they occurred regularly and sometimes lasted multiple days, with him providing controlled substances to the alleged victims to keep them compliant, also sometimes filming them without their knowledge and consent. And both during and separate from these freak-offs, there were plenty of other alleged instances of violence, with Diddy being accused of hitting, kicking, throwing things at, and dragging victims. The indictment saying that victims sustained injuries that sometimes took weeks to heal, but also they said that the victims felt like they couldn't refuse his demands without repercussions, because on top of everything else, he also allegedly used sensitive, embarrassing, and incriminating recordings from the freak-offs to silence the victims. We also saw the indictment seem to reference an attack on his ex-girlfriend, Cassie Ventura, that you may have seen because CNN published that security footage of Diddy assaulting her in an LA hotel, which is one of the few things we've seen Diddy address in the past, right? He later apologized when that video went public. And of course, with all of this, as you probably know, this is not the first time we've heard about Diddy facing these kinds of accusations. Because in addition to murmurings and lawsuits, back in March, his homes were searched by federal officials, and at the time, they said that this was over a sex trafficking investigation. And actually, hitting on that, the indictment revealed that during those searches, investigators seized so-called freak-off supplies like narcotics and over 1,000 bottles of baby oil and lubricant. Also going back, that he's facing a massive pile of lawsuits accusing him of sexual assault and misconduct. I mean, one was even filed just last week. And of course, that wave of lawsuits was kicked off by Cassie Ventura, who sued him last year, accusing him of years of abuse and rape, with Diddy settling that lawsuit even though he has repeatedly denied wrongdoing. Though also with that, you have the New York Times noting that while victims weren't named in today's indictment, a lot of the accusations are very similar to what Cassie alleged. And as far as what his lawyer told reporters this morning regarding these charges against him, they said he's going to plead not guilty, obviously. He's going to fight this with all of his energy and all of his might and the full competence of his lawyers. And going on to say, I expect a long battle with a good result for Mr. Combs. But right now, regarding, what comes next here, the investigation's still ongoing. When asked about if more charges would be forthcoming against Diddy's associates, the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York just said they couldn't take anything off the table. But a very key takeaway is they did know that Diddy didn't do this on his own, right, by himself, and he's being charged with racketeering conspiracy. So there is definitely more to come here. But then, in massive online drama news,
there's going to be a Ghislaine. There's going to be a Ghislaine Maxwell. The name is going to surface.
Scandal. So if you don't know, Matt and Abby Howard are big YouTubers, TikTokers. They're a couple with over 5 million followers over on TikTok, and they post about their life as well as being parents, and they have a 2-year-old and a 1-year-old. They also have a podcast together, and they recently went on this family cruise, and on their Instagram stories, they noted it just wasn't going well, right? Especially trying to have a nice dinner. It seemed like the kids were having trouble sitting through the meal, so they tried dropping them off at the cruise nursery center. But then, apparently the kids weren't having it, so they had to just go pick them up. Right? Something that many parents who have toddlers or babies have experienced on vacation.
situation. But then, since apparently none of that was working, Abby posted that they were giving up on the nursery and they had a new strategy, writing, "We switched our dinner time to after their bedtime and FaceTime the monitors while we ate. Baby monitors don't work on board unless you're only like 10 feet away, and that worked out much better for everyone." And immediately, people were outraged, saying, how could you leave your kids fully alone on a cruise ship? Right, some on TikTok noting, what if one of your followers or even a stalker was on board and saw that she was leaving her kids unattended? God knows what could happen. Others on Reddit bringing up vacation kidnapping stories like Madeline McCann. Some also writing things like, I have a 3-year-old and a 1-year-old and I don't even like walking out of my house when they are asleep, let alone on a cruise ship with hundreds of strangers. I can think of so many scenarios. What if there was an emergency? With others getting even more outraged because Matt had previously done a room tour that showed he and Abby had separate rooms right next to each other and one kid was in each room, meaning that it looks like the kids weren't even together when their parents left for dinner. So you had some thinking this was even worse.
So we now have twice the margin for error. We now have 2 monitors that can freeze or be dysfunctional, and 2 opportunities for this to go incredibly wrong.
And so this whole scandal was just growing and growing and spreading, but then Matt and Abby posted a TikTok yesterday addressing it. And saying that the kids were never actually alone. They were actually on the cruise with all of Abby's extended family. And so with that, saying that someone was actually with the kids while they were sleeping. Them explaining that they saw all these concerns and speculations, but...
because we had someone with
which is why I ended up deleting it several hours after posting it. So I do want to clarify that we cannot, would not, will not ever leave our children unsupported. We would never ever want to put them in harm's way.
I'm also thanking people for being so concerned about their kids. And as far as, well, why would they need a baby monitor, let alone a FaceTime to a baby monitor if someone was there? They explain that the kids sleep in a blackout tent, so the baby monitor is there so you can see inside the tent. And saying that they use it even when they're in a room together, so the person there will need it, and they also just wanted to FaceTime it to see it for themselves. Which, side note, if you are a parent that travels, I highly recommend you get the Slumber Pod. It was like the only way we could keep our kids on schedule, and if you've never used one, it's super breathable. Like they said, you can put a cam in there so you can see what's happening inside, all while being inaccessible to the baby, so it's not a choking hazard. And I only share my personal experience there because I know that there are a lot of people that don't have kids or never use this product. But all that said, their response here, it seems that it's been received very well over on TikTok. Though, of course, that's not universal. Right? There are some that aren't buying the, well, if there was someone in the room with the kids to look at the monitor, why would you need to FaceTime it as well part? But with all that said, with this situation, whether you're a fan of theirs or you're not, what are your thoughts here? The situation in general, the backlash, their response, any and all of it. And then, what the actual hell happened with this shooting in New York? That is what many were wondering when New York Mayor Eric Adams tweeted. Earlier today, one of our officers was shot while protecting our subway system. I am relieved to report he is in good condition now, and we have arrested the suspect who put so many lives in danger. I cannot thank these officers enough for their bravery. Which many responded by saying, oh shit, someone shot a cop? But then, if you look a layer deeper into the story, you find out that the cop that was shot by another cop. And in fact, it turned out that New York police shot 4 people. So let's talk about what the hell actually happened, now that we have more information. Because according to NYPD Chief Jeffrey Madry, all of this started when a group of officers spotted a man entering the subway station without paying, and they followed him to the elevated train station. They then allegedly asked him to stop repeatedly, but he refused, and at one point muttered the words, I'm going to kill you if you don't stop following. And eventually, the officers were able to catch up with the man, with Madry claiming that he turned around and confronted them, claiming the police asked him to take his hands out of his pockets, and quote, they became aware that he has a knife in his pocket. And adding, they give numerous commands. The male basically challenges the officers, no, you're going to have to shoot me. And during that standoff, the chief said that a train pulled up. The man then got on with the officers following, giving commands for him to put his hands down. And when he refused, 2 different officers allegedly deployed their tasers, one after the other, but both being ineffective, with Madry continuing. The male jumps back off the train onto the platform, and at one point, he's advancing on one of the officers with his knife. The officer stands back, he draws his weapon, and then both officers at this point fire. They fire multiple rounds, and the male goes down. They're able to handcuff him and subdue him. But in doing so, they also shot 3 other people, 1 officer and 2 civilians. And according to the reports, the injured civilians were a 26-year-old woman who was grazed by a bullet and a 49-year-old man who was shot in the head. And while the woman and the other officer were listed as being stable as of the most recent update, the man who was shot in the head remains in critical condition. And this, as the man at the center of this whole confrontation, is also reportedly in critical condition and charges are still pending. Madry also telling reporters that the man has been arrested more than 20 times and has a history of mental illness, with a spokesperson also later identifying him as 37-year-old Darrell Mickle. But also, since their initial statements, there have been some pretty serious contradictions within the NYPD's telling of events, and some even from the department itself. Right on Sunday, police shared a picture on social media of a knife they said had been recovered from the scene of the incident.
At milepost 0. It's in an exit tunnel at the bottom of the national park. She'll make it worth your while. Promise. Marley, if you're listening to this, Oh, thought we could take a shorter route, but super mutants raided the delivery and took the cargo. Smelled the Brahmin from a mile away. I think it's only a matter of time before they catch my sin too. I'm gonna make a break for it, but I don't much like my chances. Marley, if I don't get this out you later.
Autopilot jumping.
They see me!
Moving to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping.
Oh yeah, my transitory bunker. Cool.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Take cargo to mob post 0. This might be... I guess I'm going to pay attention to the Fallout content here for a little bit now. Because, like, this is new content I've never seen before, so...
Approaching Stargate.
Yesterday, the department shared another post saying they were searching for a man who had taken the same knife pictured in that photo from the crime scene. And then you also had the NYPD Deputy Commissioner of Public Information telling Gothamist that the knife recovered from the scene, it wasn't the one that Mickles had when officers shot him, saying it was actually a different knife that someone had left on the train amid the chaos. What's more, another man who was sitting across from Mickles when he and the officers entered the train told the outlet that he had heard officers order Mickles to drop the knife at least once before they all boarded, but added, "I never saw a knife, but I don't think I saw both of his hands." And going on to add that the officers officers tased the man when he was walking away from them without first giving a warning, just firing it before yelling, "Taser, taser, taser." And notably here, he also said that he waited around after the incident, assuming police would want to interview him, right, because he was there and saw the whole thing, but they never did. So unsurprisingly with all this whole situation has gotten a ton of responses and reactions online. Many claiming that the police used unnecessary violence, accusing them of endangering other people over someone evading a $2.90 fare. Then also on the other side, you had plenty of people arguing they didn't fire their weapons because of the fare evasion, but because Mickles was threatening them with a knife, so the response was justified. But there's also, as others hit back against that, arguing that the police still inappropriately escalated a $2.90 fare evasion and that a knife doesn't justify opening fire on a crowded subway platform. So as a result, you had a number of people calling the police account into question, noting the various contradictions, and demanding that they share body cam footage to back up their story. So for now, we'll have to wait to see what happens with this specific situation, but in the meantime, I'm seeing a lot of people expressing concerns that police will use this incident to justify more forceful crackdowns on fare evasion. Because the situation also comes as city leaders have massively ramped up police presence in the subways in recent years in an effort to improve safety. Part of that effort has also been an increased crackdown on fare evasion, which they say cost the Metropolitan Transportation Authority nearly $700 million in lost revenue in 2022. For this, as others have raised concerns about disproportionate responses and whether contracts will make the subway safer. With that, of course, I'll pass the question off to you. One, yes, of course, everyone's going to know. Two, you're in New York and you use the subway system regularly. What are your thoughts? Then, unpredictable weather is a real thing all year round, and so is wanting to be comfortable and stylish at the same time. And here's the thing,
Yay,
weather
I got a
doesn't
level.
have to affect your day-to-day plans, errands, or vacations. Because for whatever weather pattern you cross paths with, our fantastic sponsor, Vessi, they have your back. I mean, y'all know I love Vessi's, but I'm especially loving their new Courtside Classic sneakers at the moment. It's their newest urban living shoe with a classic vintage look. And the Courtside Classic is a sport-inspired shoe that keeps you look sleek and simple, which I like. And it has a padded tongue and collar for a feeling of effortless comfort, which is a perfect match for daily adventures in the city. Plus, they're an easy-to-wear waterproof shoe with smart versatility, so you can embrace the rain and relax in style for all types of weather. And Vessi shoes are perfect for navigating the city, autumn strolls, spontaneous rain showers, or evening meetings. And Courtside Classic shoes deliver unmatched comfort and vintage flair in all your favorite urban spots. It's also perfect for back to school as well. So if you're interested in getting a pair, just go to Vessi.com/Franklin, 15% off your first order. It's Vessi.com/Franklin, and get it while they still have your size. And then, I hate that I need to talk about this with you, but we need to, because it's a story about a woman from Georgia by the name of Amber Nicole Thurman, who'd been 31 this week. Back in the summer of 2022, when she was 28, she was working as a medical assistant. She had dreams of attending nursing school. She had a 6-year-old son. And in fact, the two of them had just moved out of her family's place and into their own apartment. But when Thurman unexpectedly found out she was pregnant with twins, she reportedly felt like she needed an abortion to preserve her newfound stability, a feeling that it was the best thing to do for her and her son. And here's the thing, that was also the same summer the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. And specifically for Amber and so many other women, it was the same summer Georgia's 6-week abortion ban came into force. In fact, the day the law went into effect, it was a day after Thurman's pregnancy passed the 6-week mark, which meant that she couldn't get the abortion that she needed in her own state. So instead, she got a babysitter, took time off of work, and got up at 4 a.m. to drive to North Carolina to get a surgical abortion there. But on the way, she ended up hitting a ton of traffic and she missed her appointment. And the key thing is that the clinic reportedly couldn't hold Thurman's spot longer than 15 minutes because they were overwhelmed with women from other states where bans had taken effect. So instead, they offered Thurman a 2-pill abortion regimen approved by the U.S. Food and Drug Administration. And here, I do want to say, deaths due to complication from abortion pills, they're extremely rare. In fact, out of the nearly 6 million women who have taken mifepristone in the United States since 2000, only 32 deaths have been reported to the FDA through 2022. And notably, those deaths weren't necessarily attributed to the drug. But of course, with us talking about Thurman today, you know she was one of the unlucky few. See, it turns out the pill basically failed to get rid of all the fetal tissue from her body. And that by itself isn't necessarily a big deal. In fact, you just need to get a routine procedure known as a dilation and curettage, or a DNC, to clear the remaining tissue from her uterus. And if Thurman had lived near the North Carolina clinic where she had gotten the pills, she would have received a DNC for free as soon as she followed up. But of course, she ended up going back to Georgia, and she actually ended up with a severe infection that landed her in the hospital. And once there, she didn't get the treatment that she needed. And that's because under the state's new abortion law, some say that performing a DNC, that could be a felony. And so with that, any doctor operating on Thurman could be prosecuted and face up to a decade in prison. And that's not because the DNC surgery itself was explicitly made illegal, but because the language of Georgia's law, like most abortion bans, it's just super unclear. Right? Removing fetal tissue is obviously not the same as terminating a pregnancy. But the law in Georgia only specifies that it's not considered an abortion to remove a dead unborn child that resulted from a spontaneous abortion. A spontaneous use abortion, according to the law, is one that's, quote, naturally occurring from a miscarriage or stillbirth. With that, yes, there also being an exception, like most bans, to protect the life of the mother. But there's also no standard protocol for how providers should interpret that language. What experts have been saying for such a long time is that this ambiguity will essentially leave doctors having to weigh their fears of prosecution against their patient's health, with this then leading them to wanting to be really sure that their patient is inarguably on the brink of death or facing, quote, irreversible harm before they intervene with something like a DNC. And to that point here, despite how routine the procedure is, Thurman was reportedly in the hospital 20 hours before doctors finally decided to operate. But by then, it was just too late. While outlets like ProPublica didn't discover exactly why doctors let her condition deteriorate for so long without treating her, it's not a stretch to think that they were just scared. And actually with that, an official state committee of experts have now deemed Thurman's death preventable and said that the hospital's delay in performing the critical procedure had a large impact on her fatal outcome. And so according to ProPublica with this is the first time an abortion-related death officially deemed preventable is coming to public light. Though they also said that they're going to be sharing a second story in the coming days. With that, claiming that they're exploring other deaths that appear to be connected to abortion bans. And of course, with everything we've seen, there's a good reason to think that there are more cases like this. Or with abortion being banned or restricted now in 22 states over the past 2 years, we have seen dozens of reports of women being turned away from emergency rooms or being forced to continue high-risk pregnancies that threaten their lives. So also with that, more and more voters, especially women, are saying this is the #1 top issue for them. So it makes sense that we've seen Kamala Harris and her campaign hitting on this. Right, earlier this month, they launched a new 30-second ad that's playing in 7 swing states, and it's reminding voters that Trump is taking credit for helping overturn Roe v. Wade. And then you actually had Harris publishing a whole statement in response to the ProPublica investigation, writing, "These are the consequences of Donald Trump's actions," and adding, "If Donald Trump gets the chance, he will sign a national abortion ban, and these horrific realities will multiply. We must pass a law to restore reproductive freedom. When I am the president of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. Lives depend on it." Now, a quick thing I will say there is that Trump hasn't said that he will sign a national abortion ban, but he did notably refuse to commit to vetoing one during last week's debate. With that, you have a lot of people noting how he has flip-flopped on abortion so many times, most recently about Florida's ban. But this also has whoever wins the presidency, getting Congress to pass any type of abortion bill in either direction is going to be a challenge. Though notably, part of the reason the country is in the place that it's in right now is because Donald Trump won and was able to put 3 people on the Supreme Court. So obviously there is a lot at play regarding who gets to be president. Right, but for now, this is where we are. This is the current state of reproductive health in America, and which way your state and country go on this issue, it's going to come down to Election Day. So with just 49 days till Election Day, this is your friendly reminder to go to vote.gov, vote.org. Make sure you're registered if you're not registered to vote. Come up with a plan and tell a friend. Because as much as some out there don't want you to have one, you get to have a say. And then, in absolutely wild international news, Israel was just accused of pulling off some, let's call it James Bond shit in Lebanon, with them allegedly setting off hundreds of pagers belonging to Hezbollah. Also, just to be clear, I don't mean they got a little bzz, bzz. Why does it say boobs? They exploded, with Lebanese and Hezbollah officials claiming that Israel managed to force a bunch of pagers belonging to the terror group to explode, with the entire attack happening across the country over the span of an hour. An attack that reportedly killed at least 8 and injured over 2,700, although not all of them were Hezbollah fighters. That being said, the casualty number isn't shocking since...
Can't you see us talking here? Joanna, please, you know I need this. It's the only way to make a name for myself.
Gonna make a sandwich while they talk. I'll be right back.
Nobody would work harder to get this thing up and running. You know that. Give me one last chance.
Just thinking maybe we jumped the gun with you. You've got drive, you've got smarts, and you've got maturity for your age. Especially after all you've gone through. But sometimes I forget just how green you really are, dear. Trying to leave the nest to fly on your own is one thing. But this storm ain't just a small speed bump. It's a brick wall.
That storm's been brewing for months and I'm still kicking, aren't I? And as for the others, it was unfortunate. Things happen that ain't always under my control. I got a ton of new folks lined up to join us, though. Look, here's one of them already.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
You're not intruding on nothing. I'm just, getting some advice. Anyway, Joanna, look, this is one of the guards I sent out. Back without a scratch on him. We're managing just fine out here.
You can still play me like a fiddle after all, darling. Fine. But this is your last shot, you hear me? Don't miss again.
I guess I should thank you for playing along and saving my ass. Name's Marley, if you didn't catch it before. Now, do you want to tell me what you're doing here? Last I checked, I ain't sent no invite out to strangers.
Autopilot jumping.
I see. And you just happened to cross it, did you? Explain yourself. Now. One of
to Stargate.
our guys.
Warp drive
From Blue Ridge.
active.
Red hair, long beard, tall fella. Shit. Knew I shouldn't have let him go alone. Super mutants, too. Hell of a way to go. That woman, Joanna Mayfield. She's my boss, or I guess was. She runs the Blue Ridge Caravan Company. I convinced her that I was ready to spin up my own branch. Franchise, if you will. Should have been easy, but didn't quite work out that way. At least not yet. There used to be a small team of us, a little tight-knit crew, but that storm caused complications, and funding got low. And now Joanna is threatened to close down the whole operation.
Approaching Stargate.
Trade routes used to run through here back in the old days. Joanna wanted to reestablish that. Apparently, it was good business. A bunch of them bailed because of that damn storm. But some stayed. The loyal ones. Not that it did much for them. Most of the remaining guys went out to make a delivery, but it didn't turn out so well. Anyway, with everyone gone, most of the merchants took off too. Ain't nobody wanting to work with a failing spinoff when they could just travel a bit further for the real deal back in Big Bend. After that, it was just me and Luke. I'd gather from the supplies we had left, and he'd make the deliveries. He was a good guy. One of the best.
Autopilot jumping.
You really haven't heard of it? Used to be a trucking company before the bombs fell. Run by Joanna's family.
Station.
She runs the business now.
Drive active.
We built it from the ground up. Hired nobodies and made something of them. They move cargo all over the area, using Brahmin to carry it. It's more impressive than it sounds. We're gonna need someone to fill Luke's shoes. Much as I hate to talk about it before he's even cold. I wish it was under better circumstances. But you seem like a good fit. If you're interested, that is. Not that I'm begging. If you got places to be, get to it.
Approaching station.
It's a good thing you showed up, huh? I don't believe in miracles or luck or any of that crap. But it's good that you were in the right place at the right time. If you can handle deliveries, that'll give me time to handle the business side. I'll try to find more new folk and look at getting these finances under control. Speaking of, we're completely broke. Well, all the money that's made from the main branch gets funneled back into that. Joanna gave me a starting grant, but it's ran dry, with not a lot to show for it, besides this dejected old tunnel. Hate to ask, but any chance you could help out with footing the bill? Well, if we total up the basic resources, merchant fees, bomb feed, and I can offload a little of the cost with the remaining funds. We're looking at around this much. Still in? Thanks. I really owe you one.
Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested.
I've marked your map. Brahman's already made a start, so best get a move on.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted. Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
Happened in everyday places like grocery stores. And you had officials with the group describing it as the biggest security breach in the past year of fighting the group has had with Israel. Now, for their part, Israel has not confirmed or denied any involvement, which is pretty standard for them. But this is also not the first time Israel has allegedly done something like this, right? I mean, one time they did a similar trick with cell phones. But regardless, right, this is going to escalate tensions between Israel and Hezbollah, which have been in a de facto war ever since Hamas's attack on October 7th. But the difference here is that you have people saying, neither side before seemed super committed for various reasons, right? For Hezbollah, it's likely because they were content firing missiles across the border and forcing many Israeli towns in the north to evacuate. And for Israel, it's because they were hyper-focused on Gaza. But things have shifted recently with Hamas clearly losing that fight, with Israel now focusing up north towards Lebanon, where Hezbollah is located. And this has included announcing that making northern Israel secure enough for residents to return home is a formal goal of the war, which is notable because before, the war was supposed to be about Hamas, but securing the north inherently implies taking on Hezbollah. And as we've discussed in the past, that's a completely different beast for a few reasons, right? One is that Hezbollah is way more heavily armed than Hamas and has way more troops. Another is that attacking Hezbollah means attacking Lebanon, even if the group doesn't actually listen to this.
Hold up. Most of the deliveries are already underway. Sorry. Real busy day. I doubt they'd say no to an extra pair of hands if you're still looking for something to do.
Radiation Rumble with 11 people. I'm going to go join that real quick, though, because it's free XP. I'm about to get my perk card, and I can go straight to custom if I wanted to. Which I don't really see why not. I don't really need retail progress. It's nice to have the achievements, but I think I wouldn't mind starting a brand new custom character and start it all over again. And do this caravan stuff.